Good afternoon, everyone. If I could ask everybody, please take a seat. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Okay, welcome everyone. This is the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners meeting for September 27th, 2022. And as we begin our meeting today, I'm going to ask our wonderful assistant, Mr. Doug Wright, to lead us in the invocation today. And after that, I believe we have Deborah Riley here. Thought I saw her. There she is. We're going to have Deborah Riley here, she's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I've talked about, and this is interesting, both the person giving the invocation and the person doing the Pledge of Allegiance are both retired Chief Petty Officers. So that must be the theme today, right? And we've talked about Mr. Wright before, but just a little bit about Deborah Riley. She served 22 years in the United States Navy. And the one note on here I will mention, she said that one of her most rewarding assignments was Recruit Division Commander, which is Boot Camp Drill Sergeant, that she signed up for it and went back for a second tour. She enjoyed it so much. So when she asked you to stand for the pledge, everybody be sure to do that. So with all that said, if you'd like to join us in the invocation and the pledge, we invite you at this time.
Let us pray. Father, in the precious name of Jesus, Lord God, we come before you humbly as we know how, Father. Thanking you and praising you, Lord God, for this day, the day we've never seen, Lord God. But Lord God, your word proclaims that we shall rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we pray for each and every elected official, Lord God, on the dais, Lord God. We know that their job is a difficult one, but nothing that they can't handle. They don't take their job lightly. Finally, Father God, we pray for all those in the path of the hurricane. We pray that you provide shelter, you provide much needed resources they need. And Lord God, we pray for the first responders and the utility companies that have to deal with the aftermath. And we ask this in your son Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, both Chief Petty Officers. Okay, I believe time for a roll call, Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. It's 27th day of September 2022. In attendance are Chairman Ronald D. Kitchen Jr., First Vice Chair Ruthie Schleba, Second Vice Chair Holly Davis, Commissioner Scott Carnahan and Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Randy Oliver, and County Attorney Denise C. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you very much. The adoption of the agenda, we have some, the scorecard keeps changing. The latest I have is that we have some emergency items that will become apparent why we added them as we move along. One will be E27, next one will be E28, and G2 would be the additions. Then we are also dropping or pulling from the agenda item H6 and H7, which would be the public hearings for those folks who are not with us today. So those 5 items is what I have, Mr. Oliver. Is there anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, so board, I'd be looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
The additions and the deletions.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Schleba. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Before we get started with the meeting, I just have a couple of housekeeping announcements, a couple things to say, and then we'll get into the heart of our meeting today. First of all, on a happy but sad note, I want to try to do my best to embarrass Colleen Scott. And you can stay there. You don't have to come up here. We can talk about you. But I just want to say today, for those of you who don't know, Colleen has been the quiet behind-the-scenes person that's overseeing the Office of Management and Budget, which becomes very crucial, particularly during budget time. And the years that I've worked with her, I've really appreciated her quiet professionalism, her steady hand, And there was never a time that numbers were given to me that I did not feel I could trust them. And today is sad for us, good for somebody else, but it's Colleen's last day with us. So I just didn't want her leaving here today without being recognized. So thank you, Colleen, for all your service to Citrus County. Okay, and the other thing that this is one of those interesting things. Some people stay cool and calm, and other people fall apart. In case you haven't heard, there's a storm that's heading towards Florida. Anybody not heard that yet? Okay, it's fascinating to me that some people stay cool and calm, and other people go and panic and fill up every can they can find with gas, hoard every gas that's available before they even know where the storm's going. So if your storm plan is wait until the storm gets here to decide what to do, and then go try to find gas and do that type of thing, that's your storm plan. But your hurricane plan should have been made last year and the year before. So just so you know that it's usually just a couple of days before when the storm actually hits that they have a much better idea. The track is very accurate, usually a day or two out. The last notification that we've received is it's now turning in south of us. The last I heard, Mr. Oliver, you can tell me if it's changed, but they're looking at the Venice area for landfall, Fort Myers, that time. And the last I heard was sometime tomorrow morning. So if that continues, Citrus is going to be not in the direct path of it. We'll still have wind and rain. And again, it's your plan, folks. You need to make your plan what you're comfortable with. But in all of my years that I've been involved, especially at the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, and they specialize in hurricane planning, besides having your plan in place, they always teach run from the water, hide from the wind. So if you're in some place that's flood prone, that you're going to have to go maybe a week, here's the other thing you should ask yourself. Where do you want to be for 2 weeks with no electricity? That's the question you should be asking yourself. So if you can get by at home, if the electricity goes out for a week or 2 weeks, fine. If you have a generator, fine. But I have to tell you, I've seen people leave 3-story concrete condos to evacuate to go to a shelter. Okay, I don't understand that. There's no reason for that. So just be aware of what you think the best plan is for you and your family. Make sure you're not in the face of danger. But I've seen people today running stop signs, running red lights, like they think if they have to wait, they're going to get killed by a storm or something. Folks, that's not the case. So we just need to take a deep breath and relax and just watch the latest forecast. And I think if you watch most meteorologists, they'll tell you the more the storm stays to our south, the better it is for us. So again, make decisions, but make them wisely. Don't panic. There's no reason to go out. And I'll just say this. I've heard this thrown around so much it's lost all meaning. Worst case scenario. Okay? It's a worst case scenario. Well, where I'm from, a worst case scenario is a Category 5 hits you directly at high tide in the middle of the night and a plague just broke out in the local nursing home. Okay, those are like the worst case scenarios. We're not facing those kind of situations now. So again, everybody take a deep breath, and later on I'll let Mr. Oliver give us an update. But my understanding is the county will be closed Wednesday and Thursday. And we expect to be back to normal by Friday, but just stay posted. And that's where we are. Okay, so now with all that said, let's move into the consent agenda, which I believe consists of items B1 through B7. Is there anything anybody would like to remove from the consent agenda?
Take the consent agenda in its entirety.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan moves to accept the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
There's a second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Does anybody wish to make a comment on the consent agenda? Okay, Commissioners, anything else? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. We have today 6 proclamations, so we'd be looking for approval of items C1 through C6.
Mr. Chairman, I move to a motion to approve items C1 through C6.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any other board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously, and I'll invite the commissioners down front for the presentations.
I just got your email. Good? It just came in? Okay, all right, good, all right, good now. What do you got? First one is 4-H. For those individuals representing National 4-H Week, come forward, please. Ready? Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation National 4-H Week. Whereas October 2nd, 2022 through October 8th, 2022 celebrates National 4-H Week. Whereas more than 7 million young people across the country will celebrate National 4-H Week. This is the largest youth development organization in the world teaching young people citizenship, leadership, and life skills. More than 3,500 Citrus County youth participate through 4-H clubs, school enrichment, and day residential camping programs. Research has proven that participating in 4-H has a significant positive impact on young people within our community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County does hereby proclaim October 2nd through October 8th, 2022 as National 4-H Week in Citrus County, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Thank you so much. 4-H greatly appreciates all the support of the county commissioners and the entire county. Today, I'm going to be very brief because there's a lot going on in our county, and I certainly appreciate all your important words to all of our citizens. I would ask that there are some extra prayers for all of our 4-H families and 4-H volunteers that are faced with these concerns and are actually evacuating now. So thank you very much, and 4-H is proud to be a part of Citrus County.
For those representing the Friends of the Library Month, come forward, please. Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, Proclamation Friends of the Library Month. Whereas the Friends of the Library promotes libraries as a cornerstone of the community education, providing opportunities for everyone to engage in lifelong learning and connect with the thoughts and the ideas of the world. And whereas the Friends of the Library understand the critical importance of well-funded libraries and advocate to ensure that our libraries get the resources needed to provide a wide variety of services to all ages. And whereas the Friends of the Library provide outstanding fundraisers to enhance the Citrus County library system, collectively contributing over $1.3 million since 2001. And whereas the time and commitment given by the Friends of the Library set an example for how volunteerism leads to positive civic engagement and the betterment of our community. Therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby extend appreciation to the Friends of the Library and proclaim October 2022 as Friends of the Library Month in Citrus County, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Hello, my name is Sandy Price, and I'm the current president of the Friends of the Citrus County Library System. I'd like to say to the commissioners who supported Area Head and our Library Advisory Board a big thank you. The Friends also extend a big thank you for supporting us in our mission of raising and donating our profits to the CCLS through our book sales. Speaking of book sales, you probably all know that ours moved, so this is a paid political advertisement. Our new dates are October 21st through the 24th, so please come join us. Thank you so much.
We have another one?
We got 6.
I know, and I know that. I'm just got my head in a different place.
For those representing Crime Stoppers Awareness, come forward, please.
I'm following
You ready? Yes. Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation Crime Stopper Awareness. Whereas the foundation of Crime Stoppers is the partnership between the community, law enforcement, partner agencies, and the media. Crime Stoppers works to educate public, create awareness, and provide citizens the opportunity to report suspicious or criminal activity anonymously. And whereas the Crime Stopper Awareness Month promotes awareness through education campaigns. Crime Stoppers of Citrus County Incorporated is committed to fostering community safety and since inception in 2009 has received over 11,650 tips, which have led to 535 arrests and 579 cases cleared. These tips are also aiding the recovery of over $144,000 in stolen property and $1 million in illicit drugs off the street. And whereas Crime Stoppers of Citrus County actively work with members of the community, law enforcement, and the media as a community safety service partner. And continued success can be attributed to the continued support from residents, community organizations, law enforcement, and county officials with Citrus County. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 as Crime Stopper Awareness Month and joins in honoring the men and women who diligence and professionalism keeps our citizens safe. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
I wasn't really prepared to talk today, so I apologize, but we sincerely appreciate your support for Crime Stoppers over the years. Thank you very much.
For those individuals representing National Crime and Intelligence Analyst Appreciation Day, come forward, please. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation National Crime and Intelligence Analyst Appreciation Day. Whereas the intelligence analyst provides outstanding service and public safety on a daily basis to the citizens of the county. And whereas intelligence analysts are commended for the many dedicated hours of service they perform in servicing the community and fulfilling their commitment to provide the highest and most efficient level of customer service. And whereas Citrus County wishes to recognize intelligence analysts for their service, which is in keeping with the long and distinguished traditions of the intelligence analyst profession. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim September 27th as National Crime and Intelligence Analyst Appreciation Day and joins in honoring the men and women who diligence and professionalism keep our citizens safe. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
We appreciate your support for the Intelligence Analyst Unit and for the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. Thank you.
For those individuals representing Business Appreciation Month, come forward, please. Okay. The Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida Proclamation Business Appreciation Month. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners acknowledges the importance of the businesses located in Citrus County, and the Commissioners wish to recognize and support the businesses and their employees that provide many of the services needed by the citizens of our community. And whereas the businesses in Citrus County provide thousands of jobs that promote the economic success of our community, enhance our high quality of life, including education, recreation, environment, safety, health, and welfare, through the contributions that the businesses made to Citrus County via the wages they pay to employees and taxes they pay to support Citrus County infrastructure. And whereas the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce is celebrating the month of October 2022 as Business Appreciation Month to recognize the important role and vital contributions to our business pay in Citrus County. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaiming the month of October 2022 as Business Appreciation Month in Citrus County, Florida, and encourages all residents together with the Chamber of Commerce during the celebration to recognize our business community for their contributions to Citrus County. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Lindsay Platts, and I am the chair of the current Chamber Board. Over the years, Industry Appreciation Week has expanded to a month-long recognition. In 2015, when the EDC changed its structure, the Chamber assumed the mantle as Business Appreciation Month. and added even more events in recognition of the important role that local business plays in our economy and quality of life. We have 5 signature events in October, and our reach continues statewide. Our events include the Big Band Mixer, the Bam Fam Tour, Fire Up Citrus, Salute to Business Luncheon, and of course, the best networking event of the year, the BAM Barbecue, hosted by M&B Dairy. Additionally, this year, we are thrilled to welcome Florida Department of Economic Opportunity Secretary Dane Eagle as our keynote speaker at our Salute to Business Luncheon on October 14th at the College of Central Florida. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
For those individuals representing Florida Native Plant Month, come forward, please. I'll read it. Oh, you just want me?
Okay, well, you want to read it?
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. The Board and County Commission of Citrus County for Proclamation Florida Native Plant Month. Whereas the Florida native plants are critical to the health of bees, insects, butterflies, and other animals by providing food and shelter. Many native plants are endangered or threatened species and must be protected. And whereas the mission of the Florida Native Plant Society is the preservation, conservation, and restoration of the native plant and native plant communities of Florida. The Florida Native Plant Society has been in the forefront since its founding in the summer of 1980 in Winter Park, Florida, of the movement to save Florida native plants. And whereas the Florida Native Plant Society was founded by a group of scientists, educators, and conservatives concerned about the loss of Florida native plants and introduction of non-native species overtaking natural areas. And whereas the society now consists of 33 chapters, 5,256 members from all walks of life who volunteer their time, knowledge, and skills in public workshops, participate in land management reviews, restoration projects, work days, and teaching Floridians about the many benefits of native plants. Florida has an incredible wealth of natural areas to showcase our native plants. Your native plant communities to our citizens and visitors alike. These natural communities must be preserved for future generations. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida is hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Florida Native Plant in Citrus County, Florida, signed by all of you. Thank you. Smile. Okay.
Okay, we are now open to the public. If you've been here before, you know how we do this. If not, a quick reminder, everyone gets 3 minutes unless you're speaking on behalf of a group that has a letter on file with the clerk. Please let us know that. We'll offer you 5 minutes. Before or after you speak, please fill out a green card and give to the clerk. And again, just as a final reminder, we ask everybody to not applaud, boo, cheer, jump up and down, wave signs, or anything from the audience. And we just ask everybody to treat each other nicely. So with that said,
We
yes,
seek
sir.
5 minutes on behalf of the.
Could you put the timer up there, please, so it'll help us?
Do what, Judge?
Okay.
Excuse me,
Doug
Chairman?
will get it.
Oh, you, okay. How you doing, Doug? Good, thank you.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You said 5 minutes?
Yes, please.
You're here for the hospital board, is that what you
I
said?
am.
Yeah, okay.
May I begin?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is William Grant. I'm General Counsel for the Citrus County Hospital Board. We came in here to discuss a couple of matters today. As you know, on August 8th, your Commissioner Kennard, Representative Masulo, myself, Mr. McGee, John Cherry of Lifestream, Jeff Rogers, and Toby Phillips of Hernando County went, and of course my chairman, Dr. Mark Fallows, who sent me here today with a message, met at Central Florida College for the purpose of discussing a Baker Act facility being constructed in Citrus County. It was a very productive meeting. I want to let you know that the hospital board has been an advocate for the mental health Baker Act facility for some time. I'm not going to go back to the editorial that I wrote several months ago in response, but it clearly delineated where the hospital board was at. I do not want to dispel the notion, though, in any way, shape, or form, the importance of the Baker Act facility. While we begin to feather out and filter how that's going to look like, that final analysis, I want to make sure the hospital board is committed to the Baker Act facility in Citrus County, Florida. However, when I approached this morning, one of the reasons Chairman Dr. Fallows dispatched me was to dispel the notion that was contained in the four corners of the agenda item here today, and I just want to discuss that for a moment before I go on. As respectfully, I believe there's a Scrivener's error in here. I was approached by Mr. McGee when I approached this morning very kindly. I appreciate the
You speak to the chair,
to
please.
the correction. I just want to make sure I acknowledge Mr. McGee. I mentioned his name. So I do want to make sure that I appreciate that. He indicated there in the four corners of your agenda item L1 that the hospital board was a $6 million contribution. The contribution of the hospital board has not yet been determined. It will be determined from the conversations that occurred on the August 8th meeting. What does that mean? I'm not going to, I know it's on your agenda item today, Commissioner Dr. Kennard. The hospital board is committed to following the county's lead. However, the very important notion here that we have to understand, the hospital board will not provide, currently as they have stated, they will not provide a giveaway of money, of taxpayer money, without a commitment of the facility that's being constructed to remain in the hands of Citrus County citizens in perpetuity beyond the contract. It's not a determination of if, it's only when will your progeny determine that LifeStream will no longer provide the mental health services to county residents. So while that's being ferreted out, I'm going to ask, I understand we have had no contact since our meeting, Dr. Kennard.
Correct.
But I do understand that the attorneys have been discussing it. So I'm going to ask that a county attorney, Lynn, provide that information so that I can begin being part of those conversations between the attorneys that are meeting to be able to more quickly fetter this out. I understand that there are some issues that's being dealt with constriction of funds from Hernando County in this, but we have the energy. It's a good momentum. So I just wanted to make sure that the hospital board has made its position plain. We are in favor of Baker Act facility, but we must have some type of commitment that the resources, and I expect it to be a seven-figure commitment, to be that when the services are no longer being provided by LifeStream, that the facility remains in Citrus County for Citrus County use without us having to pay twice. They came to our meeting, John Cherry did, and indicated that we could lease it back or buy it back. We're not interested in that. We believe that the position would be vested because of the money that's being provided. We're not interested in paying for it again, so we have to find a way to make this work because they are contributing money. So is LifeStream, a considerable amount of money. So will the county of both Hernando and Citrus. So we look to your leadership. We look for your guidance today. We're going to be watching very carefully what type of leadership you provide as an entity. Okay? So I wanted to make that clear. We're in favor of the Baker Act facility, but we want to make sure that the money that the hospital board contributes of taxpayers' money remains vested in perpetuity. And with that, I'm sorry that I still have 20 seconds left. I can make something else up, Mr. Chairman, or I can be finished.
It's your time, Mr. Grant.
All right, thank you kindly. I'm going to come back up, but as a personal, later in the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Can we have the next speaker, please?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. It's very inspiring to...
Could you give us your name?
Yes. My name is Joshua Hicks. I am a owner of Handy Hicks Insured Handyman and president of the Skill Building Class Incorporated, located in Homosassa. It is inspiring to watch you commemorate residents in the county with awards. It builds morale in the community and utilizing resources through an organization. I am honored to commemorate Holly Davis with the Lifetime Achievement Award through the President's Volunteer Service Award. That's what it is. So, through my time being a certifying organization, I have appropriate information and hours of dedicated service that Holly has provided to the community, standing in the right for her services, vocalizing betterment, and it's very important that we recognize our volunteers in our community so we can build that morale and keep that engine going. May I approach and honor?
I'll ask her if she wishes. She can go down there.
Oh, yes, sir.
You're gonna make me cry, Josh. I'll come get it, thank you.
You have 1 minute and 22 seconds to cry while you're down there. So.
Picture? All right, we gotta go. Friendship and all that. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciate it. Oh, thanks.
May you keep up your good service to the community. Be safe through the storm. I have to return back to work, but thank you very much.
Thank you. We have the next speaker, please.
Very nice, congratulations.
You have 35 seconds to go.
Good afternoon. My name is Bud Osborne. I live in Inverness. I'm here to speak on behalf of Too Far. Too Far has given the clerk a letter authorizing me to speak for them, so I request a full 5 minutes. The reason I'm here today is a couple meetings ago, I was here to report to you what has happened with the grant that Too Far has received. Too many times grants are received, we never know what happened to them. And we plan on continuing to keep you posted. So far, one of the things we've done is hire a project manager. Purpose of this is to make sure the work the contractor does is done right, that we get our money from DEP, that we pay all our contractors, and that all the work is done correctly, legally, and officially. The project manager we got is very deep in experience with lobbying in Tallahassee, has done a lot of work with water-oriented projects, was a founding member of Save Crystal River, science teacher, and a number of other accolades. The next thing we've done besides hiring the project manager is to work with DEP and getting contractors set up to do the work. We've got it settled, so we're down to 2 companies. These are both certified by the state and by DEP, and the actual work will be starting soon. One of the biggest problems with the work was finding a place to put everything we pull out of the lakes. We found a place, and that's a big hurdle for us to get over. We're still working on the idea of having some signage put up so the boaters, fishermen, recreational people know what we're doing and how we're doing it. And to go along with that, we've decided we're going to be sending letters to all the lakefront owners so they know what's happening. That's well underway, and we're about ready to send those letters out. Lastly, one thing, what we're going to do, we're going to make plans, have county commission, city council people, and various other people come out to the lakes with us to see what is there now, what we're doing, what the end results are. So far, we're making progress. We plan on keep coming back to keep you posted with what's happening to your tax money. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else wish to address the board at this time?
Bill Grant. Thank you. So I want to tell you, Ron, I want to tell you that I appreciate your service and your leadership on the Board of County Commissioners over the last 8 years. I want to tell you you've been very steady. I haven't always agreed with you, but I've respected your conservative leadership and your position on many matters. So I wanted to make sure that I conveyed that to you in the event I don't see you before the next swearing in.
Do you know something I don't?
Right. No, I'm going to be calm for the storm.
Okay.
Randy Oliver, good luck to you in your Godspeed and where you're going. I really don't know you, Randy. I've been here all my life, but I know that in the time that I've been in the county in leadership and as an attorney, I've never really had to reach out to you. I think that your leadership has been very good. in regards to the sometimes acrimonious relationships that some of us have had with county leadership. So that segues into one concern I have, and that is I want you as a citizen and taxpayer to be mindful that you might be selecting a county leader to replace Randy. And so having done that, I'm asking you to take into consideration the tens of thousands of men and women that voted for Rebecca Bays and Diana Finnegan. I ask you to be careful about what you do there. I want that county commission in its entirety to take ownership in who they elect and choose to be their leader into the future. We have a great county. We have a lot of things that go right here. And I want to make sure that the two oncoming commissioners, I'm assuming that one wins in the general, are part of the process. So anything that you do today, be mindful of that process, please. You know, the other day, a bird landed on my shoulder and said that I wanted Denise Lynn's job. I want to make sure something's remarkably clear here. Denise Lynn is a professional attorney who is very well respected in our community and does a hell of a job. I don't want her job. You could pay me 3 times what she makes, which is still not enough for what she does make. But I want to be on the record here that if anybody tells you that Bill Grant wants Denise's job, it's not true. Frankly, I can't afford it. So I want to be really clear about that. I fight with this woman all the time, but it's professional, not personal. She's a professional member of the bar and well respected by me and every attorney in my office. Lastly, I agree that there are storms coming. I pray everybody for calm. I do have a generator. I do also have 3 minor children and a beautiful wife. We'll be hunkering down for the storm. I hope everyone does the same. Having said that, I wish all of you the best in your decision-making processes. Thank you kindly. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr.
And be safe.
Does anyone else wish to address the board at this time? Anyone else? Okay, so we'll close open to the public at this time, give the commissioners a chance to respond. I want to go first real quick, and that's all I'm going to say, and then the other commissioners can cover everything else. I just want to say in regards to the comment about having Mrs. Bays, Ms. Finnegan, part of the process, they have been invited to be part of the process from day one, and we will continue that through today. So that's all I can say is I think we've done that. I think the applicants have said they wanted the incoming commissioners and potential incoming commissioners to be part of the process. It would give them more comfort in whoever we select in accepting the position. So I just want to say that that's been offered and it's out there. So with that, who would like to go? Comment on it? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Bud, thank you for all you're doing for Too Far, and thank you for Too Far for everything you're doing. We greatly appreciate it.
Commissioner Slabaugh?
No, thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments and taking the time to be here today. That's it.
Oh, okay. Mr. Davis.
I guess Mr. Hicks left, but I already thanked him anyway. Bud, again, I'll echo what Commissioner Carnahan said. Thank you for your service on that. Please know that that has captured my interest from the very first time I heard of it, and that is my district, so please consider me absolutely 100% involved in this, and please keep me in the loop and invite me to anything you want to, and I will be there. That's it.
That's it. Commissioner Kennard, any comments?
Yeah, just briefly, I should have done it when we were approving the agenda and it just slipped by me. The typo with what the hospital, what the hospital contribution would be. That was without question, that was a typo. Let's see, Mr. Hicks, well done. And Bud, good job. Thanks for the update.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you all very much. We will now move on. We have, it's 1:38, so we're going to go to item H1, which begins our 1:30 time certains. And I believe the clerk of the courts is first up. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Randy, Denise. Delightful to be here this afternoon. I know everyone has a lot on their mind, so we're going to get through this very quickly. We are very pleased to bring before you today an audit of the fleet management Napa billing area of operations and fleet management. I want to start by thanking Randy and all of those members of county staff that have been very helpful in moving this audit forward. It was an extensive process of reviewing the Napa. It was basically to review the agreement and the processes taking place with regard to the Napa on-store operations that was put into place in 2018. So for the most part, it's worked very efficiently. I would say that the most glaring outcome of this particular audit is that Randy Oliver made the right decision when he promoted Brian Cope to the Division Director for Fleet Management. During the course of this audit and even prior to that, many changes have been made. The findings or recommendations that you find in the audit, the majority of those have been corrected. Brian has streamlined processes. He has changed processes that better reflect proper business practices and oversight of the management of the parts department, for lack of a better term, in the fleet management division. So kudos to Randy for that, and kudos to Brian Cope for the amazing job that he is doing. He took on a lot, and there was a lot of transition, as you're aware, in that particular area. Shortly before our audit started, the director relationship with the county was severed, and then after, I think it was during the course of our audit, the Public Works, two of the directors left as well, so there's been a lot of transition going on there, but Brian's been the steady force that has continued to move it forward, and they've really made some great improvements with that. The only comment that I would make, I have a couple of things to point out. The clerical errors. Start out with the clerk's errors today. On page 6 of the audit, there are a couple of Scrivener's errors, typos that I will need to correct. So I'm going to ask for acceptance of the audit, Mr. Chair, after any conversation or questions, that the board allow us to make those typographical corrections before the final draft is actually published to the website. So that we would ask for that to take place. The only comment that I would make, that I would ask, that I think really requires a little bit more thought. It's a great process to streamline this, to bring this on site, to allow the parts to be handled by Napa, and it does streamline that process. But in 2018, when this contract was put in place, I think there might have been a little bit of a lack of understanding of exactly what parts of the administrative regulation could be streamlined. Currently, your AR requires certain levels of approval for certain purchases. And when this particular contract was put in place, while it was acknowledged that it would streamline that you wouldn't have to go out for bids and quotes, and it would streamline some of the procurement rules, it did not waive those authorization requirements that are contained in your AR. So I would just encourage for future, just taking a look at that specifically so that everybody's on the same page, because you don't want to rely on word of mouth. If there are changes in your contract, if there are changes in the discounts that are given, if there are different tiers of your discounts that are given, while it might be a good idea that your management or your director says, hey, I think you're charging us too much, or we would benefit from a different process, that has to be validated in a written contract and agreement. It's never good practice to say, well, it was good customer relations is why we got this better discount. I don't live in the world of verbal agreements. I live in the world of codified contracts that state this is the way we do business, and if we modify or we steer from that business practice, then it's written and it's agreed upon in writing. So I would just strongly recommend that any changes to an existing contract that take place. The good news is no fraud was discovered in the course of this audit. Again, to reiterate, the business practices that needed to be reviewed, that needed to be refined and streamlined, Mr. Cope has done a great job in bringing that, making that happen even well before this audit was concluded. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, for the presentation. We're happy. I am joined today by my Chief Audit Officer, Robin Barclay, who was the principal in this audit. The auditor that actually conducted this audit has since left the agency for greener pastures down in Pasco County. I'm not bitter about that at all, but it's okay. You know, onward and upward. We want everyone to succeed. So we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Board, any questions?
Yep, great job.
Nope. I read it with great delight, as you know I usually do. And I was not going to bring up the clerk's clerical errors. I knew.
Thank you so much,
I knew
Mr.
it.
Chair.
But again, I thought the concept when it was adopted back in 2018, was it that long ago, that it was a good concept, and it's proven to be the case. But as we said then, it was going to be a matter of monitoring it, and what you've done. So once again, the citizens can rest at ease that their tax dollars are being watched over. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. You do want us to make a motion to accept it with the understanding that the typos will be corrected. Is that what you were looking for?
Chair, so moved.
Okay, so
Second.
Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion to accept the findings of the Napa billing audit with provision to correct the typos, and that was seconded by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on that? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, next is item H2, the public hearing Medicaid assessment program. Mr. Oliver, who's running this one?
Yes, this is the assessment program that the board discussed and implemented last year. This continues that program. The comments that we previously made on that program stand today. And we would ask you to hold the public hearing to be consistent with what we did last year.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to open this to a public hearing to consider the imposition of non-ad valorem special assessments for enhanced Medicare payments for local services. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this action? Is there anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Final time, in regards to this resolution, is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed? We will close the public hearing. And board, what is your pleasure with this? I guess we'd be looking for approval of item H2, B, and C, if you want to go that direction.
Motion to approve H2, B, and C.
Okay.
Second.
Commissioner Davis makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any, well, we've already had public comment, so we just go on by that. Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, it passes 4-1. Okay, item H3, we got to wait through 2 minutes. So let's go back. This is why I love these time certains. Let's go back to item E1, bids. Okay, if you're following on the agenda, we're looking at bids. Commissioners, which way would you like to deal with these? We have...
Take them in entirety, do E1A to EH.
E1H, okay.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan says motion to approve them all in their entirety. second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the bids? Commissioners, any other discussion?
Yes, hopefully, Mr. Chairman, that E1H, I brought up the herbicides and the harvesting, and I just don't agree with E1H.
Well, as I recall, you brought it up and said you'd like to have some kind of discussion with more information, but at the time we approved to move ahead with the awarding of the contract.
Yes, and this is just a finalizing of us being able to buy the products if we still need to.
That's my understanding. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we're working with University of Florida and Florida Fish and Wildlife to try to set up a workshop to discuss the matter.
Okay, and I understood it that way too. I just wanted to put my little opinion in there that I do want to see. I do want a presentation, and hopefully it'll move forward. So thank
Okay.
you.
Right. Any other board discussion on the
I
bids? Yes.
concur with Commissioner Schleba.
Okay. Okay, anything else? So, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And those pass unanimously. I have 150, so I guess we can go back to item H3, which is SV 22-01 Strickland. Is that a vacation?
Yes, it is. Not the fun vacations,
All
but
right.
do you need to read anything? No? Yeah. Okay, this is a request to vacate a portion of South Division Avenue and an alley lying adjacent to it. I do have a PowerPoint if it pops up in front of you, but I think you got it in your packet as well. This is adjacent to Lot 4, Block 36, Town of Homosassa. And on the left screen, you'll see it's all residential in the surrounding area and the areas that they're trying to vacate. And on the right is our prescriptive plat, which shows you this is just off the pavement. Engineering did have them be 15 feet off of the actual pavement before the vacate. This is the alley. You can't tell, but if you look close, there are some survey stakes there. About half of it is within that fence line, and the other half will go to that abutting neighbor if this is approved. And this is the area of Division Avenue. It's not improved. Those carports have been removed by the applicant, according to the applicant. So staff has reviewed this as well as Emergency Operations and Fire Services and recommends approval.
Okay, so we're going to do the public hearing, and then we'll just hear what the commissioners want to do, correct? So is that where we're at, Madam Attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this time, we'll have the public hearing dealing with SV 22-01. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this? Anyone here to speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time, dealing with this resolution. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed? Okay, we will close the public hearing. Commissioners, what's your pleasure with
Move
this?
approval of SV-22-01 A and B.
Second.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Carries unanimously. We are still got 8 minutes till 2 o'clock, so we will now move back to item E2.
E2, approve budget transfers for utilities, emergency medical services, visitor convention bureau, support services, human resources, benefit plans, and housing services for fiscal year 21-22.
Commissioners?
Motion to approve item E2.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Board, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. E3, please.
Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution adopting, amending home care for the elderly, community care for the elderly, Alzheimer's disease initiative, and local service program grant budgets for fiscal year 21-22.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E3.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there public comment? Anything else from the board? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E4, please.
Yes, A, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the affidavit of insurance and ownership for asset 52780 and 52781, acknowledging ownership and the policy number B5JH28401, which cover both items, and approve and authorize chairman to execute the tender of abandonment of the asset, which acknowledging abandoning it, and C, approve and authorize chairman to execute proof of loss and subrogation agreement.
Okay, so we're looking at approval of A, B, and C. Board?
Mr. Chair, motion to approve item E4, A, B, and C.
Second.
Commissioner Kennard makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slayball. Is there a public comment? Is there further board comment? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. Item E5, please.
Yes. E5A, adopt and authorize chairman to execute a resolution authorizing payments to Citrus County Utility Business Services Division on behalf of Citrus County residents to receive grant funding to provide water assistance benefits through the Low-Income Housing Water Assistance Program. B, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the 22-23 vendor payment agreements for low-income housing water assistance programs. I would note this is applicable to all of the various utilities in the community.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E5, A, and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's unanimous. Item E6, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the amendment increasing the dependent age limit from 25 to 26 on the dental plan. Be approved and authorize the renewal of the stop loss policy with a 14.1% increase with expiration of September 30, 23. There's a belief in insurance claims that the utilization is up because people didn't go to the doctor during COVID and they're catching up now.
Okay, board, what's your
Motion to approve item E6,
Second.
A and B.
okay? Commissioner Carr makes a motion, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E7, please.
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement for assignment of water and sewer off-site connection fee credits from Lecanto Investments, Inc. to TST Lecanto IRF LLC and to be recorded in the official record book.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E7.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E8, please.
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute a new waste disposal account agreement between Citrus County and Waste Management of Florida with a security deposit in the amount of $50,000. Be approved termination of waste disposal account agreement with Waste Management of Florida, approved 6/8/2020, and transfer bond safe insurance company bond 5010030 to the new agreement.
Motion to approve E8, A and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Davis makes the motion to approve, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E9, please.
E9, and I would approve and authorize the chairman to execute a new waste disposal agreement between Citrus County and Bentley Waste Services doing business as Hook Company with a security deposit of $1,000. Approved termination of waste disposal agreement with Bentley Waste Services doing business as Hook Company. Approved 2/8/22 and transfer cash deposit to the new agreement.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E9, A, and B.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slayball makes the motion to approve, second by Commissioner Davis. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E10, please.
I'll make one comment first. As you know, was reported in the paper, the Rolling Oaks utility system in Beverly Hills is going to be considered for transfer to another company at the next Water Wastewater Board meeting. I did contact because we've gotten a number of questions as to what was going to happen with solid waste disposal. Beverly Hills Waste Corporation has indicated they're going to continue to provide those services for the public's benefit. A, approve and authorize the chairman to execute a new waste disposal account agreement between Citrus County and Beverly Hills Waste Disposal Management with a security deposit in the amount of $30,000. Approve termination of the waste disposal account agreement with Beverly Hills Waste Management approved on August 25th, 2020, and transfer cash deposit to the new agreement.
Board, what's your pleasure with
Move
E10?
approval of E10.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion to approve.
Second.
Is that A and B?
A and B.
Okay, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any other public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. It's now 2 o'clock. We will move back to item H2. Let me see, which one are we on here? Oh, no. Yeah. Got to keep our scorecard straight. Just a second. It's the 2 o'clock time certain. That should be H4. Very good. We're at H4. This is going to be the presentation and discussion about the hiring of the future county administrator. So what I'd like to do, board, is, as you know, just for the public's information, our last meeting we agreed on 4 finalists. We invited those 4 finalists here. They came yesterday and met with commissioners and some still in the process, and one-on-one, and then today they're back again today to make a public presentation. Again, just so everybody knows, we have asked them to come in one at a time to make their presentations. The others are waiting outside where they can't hear what the applicant is saying or doing, so everybody doesn't have the benefit of the people that went before them or whatever. And so what we're hoping to do today is have the applicants make their presentation to the board and the public, and let the board ask any questions it may have. And after this, then we'll be looking to see if somebody wants to move forward with a motion to make an offer of hiring to any of these 4. And typically what we end up doing, and again, it's whatever the board likes to do, but if we have an applicant that we've come to an agreement on that we want to pursue, generally part of your motion is to empower somebody, usually the chairman and the attorney, to negotiate the contract. And if we get to that stage, once that's done, I believe Mr. Oliver has penciled in October 18th to have that contract come back before the board. Okay? So that's where we are. What I'd also like to do, board, is keeping up with what we've done to date. Again, the invitation goes out to Ms. Bays, Ms. Finnegan, if you'd like to come forward, sit on the front row, be involved in the process, hear the presentation, give you the opportunity if you have questions like any of the other board up here. Although when we come to a vote, I'm going to ask it to be just above the 5 commissioners sitting up here, but we will, if there's a motion in a second, we will take public input, and I would hope that the 2 folks here participating, Ms. Bays, Ms. Finnegan, would make comments if they wish during that time. Okay? Everybody good with that? Mm-hmm. So with that said, I see a familiar face here. So, Mr. Oliver, you want to do the introductions?
I'll let Sam do the introductions.
Oh, okay, Sam.
They're being done in alphabetic order.
Okay, good.
Sam is with Slavin and Associates. He's been
Okay,
Mr.
but just
Slavin's
a
on the
second,
West
we'll
Coast.
get you a proper introduction, sir, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Trader. I'm with Slavin Management Consultants out of Norcross. We've had 4 candidates here. You all had the opportunity of meeting them yesterday. We're recommending all 4 as totally qualified candidates and able to move forward. The first candidate that you have up, it will be Stanley Hawthorne. We're presenting him in alphabetical order. So you'll have Stanley Hawthorne, then Steve Howard, then Larry Jones, and then finally Toby Phillips will be the fourth candidate to be here this afternoon. So with that, Stanley, go ahead and start.
And I believe too, before we begin, I believe we told everybody they would have up to 15 minutes. Is that what we
Yes,
said?
sir.
Okay.
My direction was 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, that's
and
good.
we'll-
Mhm.
For 5 minutes for questions.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair, would you
Yes.
like me to set the timer or just let it go?
No, let's keep them honest. We'll set the timer and make everybody adhere to the buzzer just like everybody else has to. So we'll do that, sir, if that's okay. We'll give you 10 minutes or less, but we will give you the opportunity of that full and then ask questions, okay?
And it'll give you the color lights at the top to give you a 1-minute warning at yellow. Okay.
Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Hawthorne. Thanks for being here again today. So,
Thank
floor is
you.
yours.
Thank you and good day, commissioners, board candidates, and neighbors. I am Stanley Hawthorne, a native Floridian, born and raised in Highlands County. It is my honor to be here as a candidate for Citrus County Administrator. I'm going to continue with a bit more personal information. I am a foster parent of many years, and I've served, hopefully, a supportive role in the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, of young people. While I am no longer active in the foster care program, my last child from the program has lived with me for half of his life and still lives with me in Connecticut. His name is Joshua Emerson, and I'm proud to say he was born and raised here in Inverness, Citrus County. Now, with those facts aside, I declare myself to be a my hometown candidate. But all kidding aside, it was certainly a factor in submitting an application for this position, an opportunity for my now adult foster son to return to his hometown. Moving to my educational and professional background, I earned a Master of Arts in Public Administration from Thomas Jefferson's University of Virginia. As a fellow in that program, my public service career began with the city of Charlottesville, Virginia, followed by an opportunity in the state of Michigan before returning to my home state of Florida, where most of my career has been spent, including as a chief administrator, assistant administrator, finance director, and budget director in various jurisdictions in Broward, Highlands, and Polk counties. Currently, I am the chief executive officer in Bloomfield, Connecticut. As counties are not functional in Connecticut, the town provides a full range of county and municipal services, including police protection and emergency operations, a pre-kindergarten through 12th grade public educational system, a public library system and golf enterprise, the construction and maintenance of highways, streets and infrastructure, human services, parks, recreational activities, and cultural events, as well as the equivalent functions for each of the constitutional offices in Citrus County that I supervise. Real effectiveness over the course of my career has been achieved through a combination of characteristics, including as a progressively experienced local government administrator specialized in strategic planning and financial management. As a diverse practitioner having worked in different geographical regions, as a caring, competent, and committed public servant, as an empathetic and ethical leader, as a responsive and accountable professional, as a transparent and forthright purveyor of public information, and as a team-oriented, appreciative, and collaborative colleague. I believe that these traits of public service are invaluable for success as Chief Administrative Officer. While Citrus County's gifts of people, places, and things are unique, responsive services and stable finances are universally common community building goals. Meeting these ideals should be embraced as representative of aspirational good government everywhere. Citrus County now awaits a partnering Chief Administrative Officer, as I, with strength of character, commitment to performance-based operations, wealth of experience, openness to others' ideas, passion for hard work, appreciation of team, love of community, and a demonstrated record of achievements. I am confident that my background and abilities meet the county's expectations for an energetic and enthusiastic individual who is focused on developing fundamentally sound public policy solutions. Our success in reaching the community's vision and goals will depend on a unified, strategic, and participatory team whose members cooperate for the attainment of the best for Citrus County. I am prepared and ready to join with you in the opportunities and challenges that lie ahead, including for community visioning, economic development achievements, infrastructure building, rates of taxes and fees sensitivity, staff invigoration and team building, and overall building better community every day for Citrus County neighbors. A special acknowledgement to all neighbors in Crystal River, Inverness, Homosassa, Beverly Hills, Hernando, Black Diamond, Citrus Springs, Homosassa Springs, Inverness Highlands North and South, Citrus Hills, Lecanto, Pine Ridge, Sugar Mill Woods, and last but not least, Floral City. All of those places I had a chance to visit and interact with since Saturday in my tour across the county. They smiled, they greeted, and they showed this stranger in your midst kindness. Best wishes, and very truly yours, Stanley. That message is given to you and the neighbors of Citrus County. So that's the conclusion of my presentation, Mr. Chair, and I'll happily answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawthorne. Board, any questions, comments, thoughts? Anybody?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
go ahead. Mhm.
I just wanted to thank you for immersing yourself into our community and seeing what we all know. You pointed out several things as a newcomer, and it resonated with me, and I appreciated it. And just the fact that you want to come back home to Florida means a lot to us Floridians. So thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Yes, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Davis. Yes.
Mr. Hawthorne, one of the first things I said to you was University of Virginia is just one of the finest schools in our nation. And, you know, I didn't go there. I went to the other finest school in the nation. But you have in all seriousness, you have a heck of a resume, but your heart is incredibly impressive. And that is very impressive that you went around all of our communities and reached out like that. So I would echo Ms. Slaybaugh in saying thank you.
And it would continue. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments?
Yeah, I'll go
Yes,
ahead and
sir.
chime in. Good to see you again. We covered quite a few things yesterday.
Yes, we did.
One thing that we did not talk about, or at least I don't recall talking about, is infrastructure. Citrus County is sorely lagging behind in improvements on our infrastructure. Road resurfacing is an easy one, but we've got some significant miles of road that are badly deteriorating on the coastline that either need shoring up or rebuilding, whatever it might be. What would you say is your greatest success in infrastructure projects, largest, or maybe unique funding, that type of thing?
Thank you for the question. And I'll go with my most recent experience. So I've been in Connecticut for a year, started August 31st, but a lot has been accomplished in that year's time. One of the things that I introduced to the community that was sorely lacking, no lack of their knowing that infrastructure, including roads, needed addressing. But to my surprise and regret, there had never been developed a capital improvement program, at least what I call a meaningful capital improvement program. Certainly, there had been a spreadsheet of 5-year projects presented at budget time. But this is the basis of what we do. You know, in local government, for all of the different things that we do, just tremendously different in a lot of respects. But what they all have in common is we build community. And I mean that in a literal sense as well as a figurative sense. And literally, it certainly comes down to building infrastructure. So we developed the first comprehensive, 5-year comprehensive program, what I like to call community investment program, with narrative, graphics, maps, timetables, projections, of course, costs, and a prioritization of projects. So that is in place in Bloomfield. We were able, with ARPA funds, to almost double the normal CIP that we would do in a year, including for roads. And I think importantly was educating the public that we know what needs doing. That's our job. You need to see it. You should weigh in on it and be a part of the budgetary discussion. Also, last November, and I won't take credit for this, but we approved 2 major bond issues, a new library, new main library, rehabbing of a branch library, and parks development, long deprived. So those are some tens of millions of dollars that we are in the middle of implementing right now.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Finnegan, any comments, questions? Okay, very good. Well, thank you, sir. I don't know if we'll get a chance or not to speak again or whatever, but I just want to say, and again, the public will hear this over and over. First of all, I was very, very impressed with the slate of candidates we have. You included, I think we have 4 excellent potential county administrators. So however it goes, if it goes your way, it doesn't go your way, I just want to thank you for taking the time, coming down, meeting with us, and you know, and sharing what you've shared with us. So it was a true honor meeting you and talking with you, and so we'll see what happens. You know, this is one of those things that at the end of the day, nobody
Yes.
knows until the end of the day what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
So we'll see how that goes.
Well, thank you, Karen. It certainly is mutual, and it has, again, been my honor, and I wish you the best. I know it's a tough decision, but I know you'll make the right decision.
Thanks so much, sir. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall if it was Mr. Hawthorne or the interview that I had just before him, but I echoed those same thoughts. In fact, I told him, or it might have been Ms. Phillips, that I believe that we got it right. That the four candidates, I truly believe that after talking an hour with each one, that I don't know what the others would have brought to the table, but these were 4 quality individuals. So it was genuinely a pleasure to sit and visit with them.
Right. I agree as well. And again, I'm going to give you all a pat on the back for sticking with the process. You know, as we went through this, I think there was concern as we went along, and as I said, the rankings and the numbers may change from 27 down to 6 to 4 to 1 or whatever, but we stayed the course, and I think we've seen the fruits of your labors and also from the Slavin group putting the efforts out. So I have to say too, I was not disappointed in any of the interviews that I had yesterday.
Yep,
So
I agree.
are we ready for the next presenter?
And again, this is Steve Howard from Camden County, Georgia.
Mr. Howard, welcome. Good to see you again.
It's good to be on Florida soil as a Florida native.
We're going to
but,
give you 10 minutes on the timer for your presentation, and then allow up to 5 minutes at the end of that for the board to ask you questions.
Fantastic.
Okay?
Thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be here and got a chance to spend a little bit of time with each of you yesterday, learning more about each of you, but also your desire to move Citrus County forward. I will tell you that I echoed that with every individual that I spoke to. So thank you for your leadership, what you do as a commission. Oftentimes, I'm sure you're not told that. You got a tough job, but congratulations. Getting the job done in local government is not easy, but getting the job done truly is my passion. And my leadership philosophy is we are one county. We are proud to serve the public. As stewards, we do lead, and we do as we say, and we make a difference every day. That's my philosophy with leadership and something that I embrace in communities that I serve, past and present. And if I was to come to Citrus County, that would be not only my motto, but it would be what I actually do every day in and day out. I am a strategic thinker. innovator and a collaborator, and believe in teamwork. It's not all about me. It's about succession planning. Actually, this board, you have to have succession planning even when you all leave. That equals success. Without that, you're not successful. So that's important leadership as we look to this board for policy. And I know you're going to have some new members in January as well. That's important. Local government experience. I've shared that with you. I've had the privilege of working with the city government, law enforcement administration, one of the largest in the state of Florida, Sheriff Judd and Crow. That experience, I think, has been an amazing opportunity for me to do that. Also, in the last 15 years, as a CEO of Camden County, Georgia, coastal community just north of Jacksonville. And we did a lot of things for that community collectively as a team, past boards, current boards, to move that organization forward. And again, it's about a team approach. You're going to hear that a lot, that theme with me. It's not about me, but it is about leadership. Also, if you want a manager, that's probably not me. I always say that, even though this is an administrator position. If you want a leader, that's what really I'm interested most about. Leadership gets the horse to drink. Management gets you to the water. So it's important to see what you're looking for in your next leader. And I welcome that opportunity, if I was to serve this community, to be that leader, working as a team with some amazing talent I think you have in this community today. Intergovernmental experience. I talked about that a little bit yesterday. I've had the pleasure of working with the FAA, NASA, a variety of local, federal delegations at the federal level, state level, and local level. Because again, you got to build allies, you got to build teams, because what you need tomorrow and today and the future, you got to rally people around you to do that, to move an organization forward. That's important. The National Association of Counties, I'm proud to serve on that steering committee for environment, energy, and land use planning. I'm proud of that effort that we're working together, issues that are across this nation impacting that. So I'm proud to participate with them as well. Coastal experience, which I think matters as well. Only 10 national seashores in the United States. We have one in Camden County, Georgia. So all the things you have here, which are important to this community, are important to the community I serve in today. Crooked River State Park, we also have that where we're at. And just recently, a wildlife management area. So a lot of similarities in Camden that you have here in Citrus County. You have an amazing amount of assets that you want to treasure, but you got to move the organization forward. That's a balancing act to do that, but you have to involve the community to do that as well, and also try to reach out to what I call the silent majority as well, and make sure everybody's input is coming to the table. That's critically important to move an organization forward. Educational achievements, I'm going to talk about that a little bit. I have a master's in public administration for the folks in the audience. I'm an ICMA credentialed manager. I've had the pleasure of the senior executives in state and local government program at Harvard University, as well as the ICMA Gettysburg Leadership Institute. I'm a certified public manager through Florida State University, that program, which is an accredited program as well, and other affiliations that I have as well. Strategic planning. I talked a lot about that yesterday. Actually, I think I may have persuaded one individual as I began to talk about it. It's not about just the 5-year, 10-year, and 15-year. It's about 12 months. It's about action items, top high priorities. That's important to get that done. You all are going to change. I'm going to change. Who knows if I get this job or don't get this job, whoever's in this leadership role, it's got to go on the sustainability. So 4 areas that are critically important to this community, just like across the nation. Personal livability. You want to feel like you're safe. See law enforcement back here. That's critically important that we back those folks. Environmental stewardship. The natural resources you have today. You want to make sure you're balancing that out as well. Economic opportunity. You have to have that. You're going to grow. You're going to change. But how do you get there? Your preferred alternative, making sure that you're actually getting there. It doesn't replace management, but it'll increase your chances of getting it right if you strategically plan for the future. And again, community building. That's going to be critically important with anything that you try to do with this community. In strategic planning, which we talked about, 12-month action items, that's what I would zero in on, as well as everything else to ensure that you're building for the future, to make sure hope is not a plan. It's critically important that you do that. Citizen engagement outreach. I think you're doing a lot of great things now already. I've looked at a variety of things, but there's other things I think you can focus on too with the public relations side. Had a lot of input on that yesterday with some of you, and I think an amazing opportunity to reach out to the community to engage, to make sure that you're doing that effectively. Social media platforms. What happens in Vegas no longer stays in Vegas. It stays on Facebook. That's why I tell everybody that's where it's at. So you have to be ahead of that to be able to do those kind of things, and that's not easy work. It takes staff to do that. So you got to strategically be able to do that and to engage in that. And a track record of success And again, this is not about Steve Howard. It's about the team that we put in place other places that I've served. 25 state and national best practice awards in categories in financial management, transportation, information technology, planning, risk emergency management, serving efficiently and effectively. But that was a team approach with the Board of Commissioners and everybody else collectively as a team. Driving that forward is critically important. So I'm going to leave you with a quote, and there's two small little things. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one that does the greatest things. He or she is the one that gets people to do the greatest things. So at the end of the day, it's not about me, but it's about us. It's about we. It's about a team effort of moving this forward. And I'm convinced Citrus County's best days lie ahead. We've got amazing opportunities, amazing assets. If we get focused collectively, there's nothing you can't accomplish. Not only will you do best practices, you become the best practice. Ultimately, that's what performance measurements does. You benchmark yourself. So a goal without a next step will defeat you. You have to have the next step. And it takes courage to build a future that's different from today. So that's visionary leadership. It's not for everybody, but somebody's got to do it. So thank you for your leadership here today, and thank you for this opportunity of being here the last day with you. You have amazing opportunities ahead of you. No matter how this turns out, I'm a phone call away. I'm like Motel 6, the light's always on. I told you I have a 4-year-old daughter now. I will tell you, we're up all the time. But you have some amazing things that you should be proud of, and you have an amazing future, I think, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, sir. Board, comments, questions? Yes, sir. Commissioner Carnahan.
I think everybody knows on this board about what I feel about strategic planning. Okay, it's always 5, 10, 15 years out, 20 years out. Mr. Howard, in his presentation that he gave the board, okay, was quite amazing, and I think that that really stood out. But really, what you got me sold on is a strategic plan on how you went about doing the 1 year, the 2 year, the 3 year. And getting accomplishments there. Because again, we've done a lot of strategic plans. We're doing one now. We're in the middle of, we're not going to be here, but the board is. So you taught me something, and I'm very impressed on what you brought here and taught me. So thank you again and thank all the candidates. I'm just not going to thank you. I agree with what commissioners have set up here. We got 4 strong candidates, but I'm just going to put it out there. You impressed me. And I like what I see here. And again, you taught me something, and I greatly appreciate that.
I've learned from each of you as well, so I'll say that I learned when I've been here in the last 24 hours.
Any other comments? Commissioner Slabaugh?
I think you should take your mic and drop it, because just hearing that is huge. I mean,
I was going to say, Commissioner Carnahan is not easily impressed. Is what she's trying to get.
Listen, when strategic plan comes up, I have a little bit of PTSD. So that is just, there's the heavens have opened
You
up.
have PTSD. It's me who's always aiming to that.
But I truly enjoyed my conversations with you. I felt like I was speaking the same language with you, and you really, really impressed me. I know that they're fighting for you now in Camden, and hopefully, if you are one of the one that is chosen, or that you would seriously consider us and look past our foibles and know that what we all want up here is for Citrus County to reach its full potential. And this new board coming in is going to be historic in the fact that there's probably going to be 4 blondes and 1 old guy, but it is exciting to think about.
I'm so sorry. That's my fault.
It's exciting to think about what we could do and what we could do together with I really was very impressed with you. So thank you so much for taking your time, and I hope your family down south, that you're taking care of them, because they're going to Sarasota County is going to get hit pretty hard.
Communicating quite often.
Thank you, sir.
A little bit of, that's how you team build with Commissioner Kennard there, right? Is the old guy. That's going to be your moniker from now on. Can I interrupt just once? I do have one question. I think Commissioner Slabaugh raised an excellent point. So I just want to be clear, okay, as we move forward. You are applying for this job. If you are the selected candidate, you're fully prepared to accept that after, appropriate negotiations or
Correct,
whatever.
yes, yeah.
Okay, so
well, we're
there's
not
none
gonna
of
do that.
this,
Yeah.
that we might choose you and then, you change your mind and go back to Camden. You're in or you're out, right? Is that?
I've got to go back home tonight. I do gotta do it.
Right.
So, but yeah, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't serious.
Okay.
So picky where I go. And so far, I've made it through the first round. I interview you as much as you're interviewing me. So that's important to me as well. But yeah, obviously successful negotiations, those are all things. But yes, I'm here because I'm serious.
And one final point, I want to apologize and thank you for your patience. During our interview yesterday, I was constantly interrupted, had to leave the meeting, and you were very, very gracious in the way you dealt with that. So I really appreciate that. So.
No problem.
Okay, Commissioner Davis, any comments?
Well, we bonded over strategic planning in a big way. And you were very impressive candidate. We do have 4 excellent candidates, but you were highly impressive, and I really appreciated the binder and all the extra information, and you certainly came prepared. And your timing and going back to Camden this evening is spot on. It shows excellent judgment.
That's right.
I'm just saying.
Right.
But I do pray for your family down south if
Thank
they're
you.
the ones who end up getting hit.
Thank you very much.
So anyway, it's always tough. You don't want it to hit in your home, but then it's going to hit somebody else.
That's right. Somebody's gonna get it.
So anyway.
Mr. Kennard, any comments? Questions?
Yes. Again, I enjoyed the conversation yesterday. We covered a lot of ground, I felt like. You're currently employed with Camden County,
Correct.
and I assume that they know that you're interviewing for this job. How does that play out when you get home?
We have a high level of trust, me and the Board of Commissioners, so they know I'm here. There's no surprises. So we'd have that discussion. We actually talked today, actually me and the chairman this morning, over what's happening now in Camden potentially. So we'll talk about the outcome of this meeting today. I don't know what that is, but we have honest dialogue. That's how I do business.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, anything for us? I said it publicly with the last interview. I want to say it again. We are all in agreement up here that we've been provided 4 excellent choices. And we really, really appreciate you taking the time from your family, your job, everything else coming down to be here with us today. So we're very appreciative of that. So.
And I echo that. The other 3 candidates are amazing. I've told them all that. They'd all do a great job for you. I'd love to have them in Camden if it didn't work out here. I told them. But thank you it's been an honor to be here, and thank you for all you do, and it's been a pleasure. So thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Ms. Finning, any comments, questions? Yeah, whatever, or if you have any thoughts. Yeah.
Not that Mr. Howard needs my help at all, but we did talk a great deal yesterday, and he did a wonderful job. And 2 things I want to point out. One, he was already looking at our assets, and the airport was mentioned, which, does seem on track. And I echo Commissioner Carnahan, that strategic planning book, if you really look into it, pick a few things out that really could be Citrus County. And there were so many action items on that really showed a pathway to grow for the future. And that's exciting that we would have a candidate that gets our community so much, because he's been serving. And one thing you didn't mention that I feel like is very important, 15 years. 15 years with one county, I feel is amazing, because let's face it, we all have different personalities, as have those before us and those after. And to stick it out and to keep pressing forward and to grow a county in a beautiful way and still preserve their assets, I just feel like there's something to be said about that. So,
and I say they've all been special.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would just say one final thing that we discussed is that the reason he wants to come back to Florida is because of family. And having done that myself with aging parents, that's the reason I just want the public to know that's the reason he's wanting to come back to Florida, because I've done that drive from North Atlanta back home over and over again, and it's brutal. So not that that's anywhere near Atlanta, but it's still a difficult drive.
That's correct. We want to get closer to family. That's our driver. Is that.
So
And-
Anyway, I just wanted that on record.
And I'll just throw something else, because I keep forgetting that the public doesn't necessarily know the process, what we've been through. So yesterday, I believe we spent at least 45 minutes and up to an hour with every candidate. We don't know what the other commissioners discussed with each candidate, but I'll tell you my number one question that I asked all the candidates, and that was, 15 years in a job, how many commissioners have you worked with over that time? I know they were all different. They were all, very strong leaders with high opinions. And that was the one thing that, the question you brought up is what I look at. That's what you have to do. My opinion's always been elected people need to come and go. The staff needs to stay, and so how do you do that? And I really appreciated the answers, and particularly I thought, you addressed that greatly. So,
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the next one? And by now, those of you watching at home and in the audience know what we said is true. We've had some excellent applicants, and I think that this is a good exercise. So, yes, sir.
Happy to introduce Steve Jones from Walton County.
Mr. Jones, welcome again. Good to see you again, sir. What we're doing today is giving everybody 10 minutes on the timer to make your prepared statements or comments or whatever you want to say, and then we've allowed up to 5 minutes after that for questions from the board or any wrap-up or whatever. Okay? So floor is yours, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Clerk, Counselor, Mr. Administrator. It's a pleasure to be here. I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this process. I want to thank you for yesterday. I appreciated the time we got to spend together. I hope it was informative and productive in your effort to select your next county administrator. I hope we clearly lined out where we've been, where we would help take your county if we were fortunate enough to move forward in this process. So today I want to share some thoughts with you from some folks that I consider very wise. Some of this we mentioned to a few of you yesterday, and you've seen some of it in my written submission, but I want to just reiterate the things that I think are important as you move forward in this process and whoever your top candidate might be. Thomas Jefferson once said, on matters of style, swim with the current, but on matters of principle, stand like a rock. I would suggest that there are a number of matters of principle that are required to be successful in a local government operation led by a county administrator that is leading the charge for the group of individuals that serve the county and serve this board. Those being integrity, honesty, respect, transparency, loyalty, dignity, and last of all, character. You need to expect and require from your county administrator that they be honest with you, first and foremost. Failure to do so is going to not end well for anybody involved. There must be respect moving both directions and throughout the organization. It's very important to, from position of administrator, to respect those that work in the county government, because they're all important. They all have a role to play, and they all need to be able to do it with dignity and shown that they are important to the overall goals and objectives of the organization. Character. I have worked hard in my career to develop a culture and character within an organization that drives success. And that's what I would offer to you and the citizens of Citrus County is putting in place those initiatives that helps move that organization. And I know Mr. Oliver's done a good job over the years. So we want to take there and continue to move forward to build on a strong organization that's productive doing the things that you've asked your staff to do. Abraham Lincoln said one time, be careful where you plant your feet, but once you plant them firmly. And the things I've seen in doing my research on what's going on in Citrus County, I've seen some of those areas where I believe this board is committed to planting their feet. It's infrastructure and transportation projects, making sure that your finances are secure and firm. Economic development being a big need in the economy here, and working in those initiatives to make it happen at a greater pace and scale. Attainable housing, protecting the environment and your sensitive waterways and preservation areas. I can tell you all of those areas were things that I have worked extensively on in my previous associations, in my appointments and the time I spent on the board. Infrastructure and road projects, those are the things that folks see every day. Those are things that I've seen an importance from this board in making sure that you keep that as a top priority. We would be more than happy to work with you from an administrative point of view to make those things happen and move them forward as quickly as possible. Making sure your finances stay secure and that your financial position is stable. A big deal in local government. We've done that. We would continue to do it here. Economic development, we talked a lot about that yesterday. I have a broad experience in developing industrial parks and bringing new businesses into the county I previously served. And I would love to bring that to Citrus County and to work with your folks and the community and the stakeholders to bring those initiatives forward here. In Walton County, where I previously served, pride, preservation, and conservation was our county motto. Very familiar with those three concepts, very familiar how they apply in a local government and how meaningful they are in establishing the things that are important to the citizens and visitors of the county. So all of those things we have seen and have worked very closely in and would continue to do it here. James Russell Lowell said one time, compromise makes a pretty good umbrella, but it makes a real poor roof. There are times when compromise is appropriate, but in matters of principle, there's no room for compromise. We stand firm on those things that make us who we are and what we are. There's no compromise on the initiatives that you want moved forward for the betterment of this county. I know that each of you have the best interests of Citrus County and its citizens at heart. I recognize there are new members to the board, and I'm sure they have the same initiative and interest, and look forward to working with you if you see fit that we move forward in that process. I mentioned this to some of you yesterday, but the old legendary football coach, Lou Holtz, tells his new recruits that there are three participants in a football game. There's players, there's coaches, and officials. And he tells them to be real sure you never get confused with which one you are. I can assure you that I understand the roles in local government quite well. I know the role of the administrator, I know the role of the commissioner, certainly know the role of the other constitutional officers, of the county attorney, and look forward to working to make those roles as successful as they can be, working collectively together to reflect well on this board, so that Citrus County is served to the best that it can be through its elected officials and its administrative staff. As an administrator, there were three things that I pretty much expected of my staff, and I would hope you would expect from your next administrator. And that's no drama, no surprises, and don't embarrass us. You know, if we're spending our time and effort worried about who said what on Facebook last night or yesterday, that is wasted time and effort. You know, we don't need to be concerned with who tweeted what. We need to be about business of the county. No surprises. You deserve to know what's going on within your organization. And if there's something you need to know about, I can assure you I will let you know. I would be very embarrassed if a reporter called you and said, do you have a comment about so-and-so? And you think, I don't know what you're talking about. And it was a pretty big deal that somebody should have let you know about. So we'll work hard to have no surprises. And the final one is don't embarrass us. You know, let's don't be out doing silly things that reflects badly on us as individuals and on the county as a whole, because ultimately it reflects on you guys. One of the biggest things that we do as administrators and administrative staff is to make sure that we're out there doing things that reflect well on the board. A wise county attorney told me one time when I was young in this process that it's the administrator's job to make sure the commission receives credit where credit's due. So when things are good, all the glory goes to the board. When things don't go so well, and then he would qualify it by, and nobody's going to jail, it's on you as the administrator. So when incarceration's involved, it's kind of everybody on their own. But in my term in local government, I spent 12 years in your seat. I understand the process you're going through, and I respect it very much so. I understand what it takes to do your job. I would be honored to assist you in that effort as your administrator, which I have spent 8 years as in a very progressive, fast-moving county that is growing, one of the fastest in the state and one of the fastest in the country. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity of being here. And in closing, I'll just say thank you again for the time we spent yesterday, and if nothing more goes from this, the friendships that we've developed. So subject to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Carnahan, any comments?
No, just Larry, thank you for being here. You do have great knowledge. We had great conversation on many different subjects. And again, I think we got 4 good quality candidates. It's just going to come down to what this board wants. But again, thank you for being here, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Slade?
Thank you. I appreciated our conversation on the industrial parks and how successful you've been in that area. And, you know, I learned a little bit from you, and if this board sees fit, I know that we could learn a lot more. So thank you.
Mr. Davis?
I also enjoyed the visit with you very
Thank you.
much. And I think you're, as we've said multiple times, we're blessed with 4 excellent candidates.
Yes, ma'am.
So we'll see how it goes. But you had some excellent advice, and I certainly appreciate that you've done this job before as well.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kennard?
Yeah, it sounds like, let's go back a little bit earlier in your career rather than the latter years.
Yes, sir.
that you served there. Can you tell me a little bit, we didn't get into the finance part of it, where your county was at as far as your reserves go, what you were doing with the millage rates, any MSBUs, MSTUs that your county had implemented. We didn't go down that path. We talked a lot about the industrial park and the success of that and some other things.
Sir, in 2000, when I came on the board, our millage rate was 5.6 mills. The first year I served, we lowered it by 1 mill and continued to lower it to, it's currently at 3.6, which is first, second, or third lowest in the state and has been for a number of years. Only 1 year in my term as commissioner and as administrator did we bump the millage rate, and that was for some infrastructure initiatives similar to what you're looking at. It was 1/4 of a mill, and I think you're looking at 2/10 of a mill possibly of utilizing those funds for specific infrastructure needs. When I came into office, we had a substantial reserve, $40-some million. I made the statement one time that obviously we're taxing people too much because we're not there to make a profit. We need a substantial reserve, and there's some state regulations that dictate how much that should be. So we were able to utilize that in some special areas to reduce it back to that $15 to $18 million, which has been maintained since. And we're very careful with the reserves. It's there for a purpose. It's in reserve. It's not the catch-all fund that says we'll take it out of reserves to pay for it. You have to be very careful with that. And I would caution this board or any board that the reserves are there for a reason, and that's for that you may well need next week with what's going on out in the Gulf. So we protected that very well. Our bond rating has always been very strong because we never borrowed a lot of money. We were very fortunate Walton County has a huge tax base, and I mean, a mill in Walton County generates about $33 million. So we could keep the millage rate low. There are a number of MSBUs and MSTUs. We've utilized them in special areas where typically it would be a citizen initiative that we want. For instance, back in the 70s, there were a lot of lakes and ponds built with earthen dams with pipes through them. Pipes had a 30-year lifespan. Well, guess what? 30 years later, they all start failing. And folks have bought this waterfront property, and now the water's going away. We utilized MSBUs on several of those instances to help them reestablish those embankments so they could rebuild their waterfront property and resecure it. We use them in some fire districts, some independent and dependent districts within the county. In the South Walton part of Walton County, there is a huge fire district that is a independent district that has its own taxing authority. So we've utilized those special districts in a number of areas to benefit the citizens that it would serve.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Again, on behalf of the board and the county, we thank you for taking the time to be here. On my personal behalf, thank you for putting up with all the interruptions during our during our meeting, but that all worked out. Appreciate your patience. And again, anybody that would hold the job that we have for 12 years, that says something that the citizens thought, and then in fact 8 years as an administrator. I too, what Commissioner Kennard brought up about the millage rate, your millage rate went down by 2 mills, but your budget grew exceedingly well. Yes. And so that was an interesting discussion we had, because that was the first thing we went in on was money, right? Talking about that.
Yes, sir.
So so that was a great discussion. Again, we're just so happy that you were here to meet with us, and as we move on through this process, we'll let you know. Hopefully, we'll come to some kind of decision today. But again, if you're successful, great. If you're not, thanks for coming in. It's an absolute privilege to meet you, and we certainly enjoyed your visit.
Certainly, thank you. And just the final word is our thoughts and prayers are with you and your county as the storm comes. That it will miss us all if that's possible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Miss Finnegan. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It take.
You talked so much yesterday. Just like about the parks and things.
You want to come up to the microphone so the folks can hear you? So I apologize. Thank you.
Another excellent candidate, and the 20 years in the same county, beloved, left in a wonderful way. That's great, and thank you. It was truly a pleasure meeting with you yesterday. And another fine candidate. We have 4 great candidates.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks for reminding me. And I believe we are ready for Ms. Phillips.
Hi, this is Toby Phillips from Hernando County.
Welcome, Ms. Phillips.
Good afternoon.
What we're doing is giving everybody 10 minutes on the timer to make any comments or prepared statements you want, and reserving like 5 minutes after that for any questions from the board or whatever.
Sure.
Okay, so floor is yours, whatever you want to talk.
Thank you. So in a short time, Citrus County is going to find itself in a critical transition. Our commission will take on a new composition, and we will be absent of an administrator who has been at the helm for over 7 years. There are several key senior leadership positions that have been vacated. The budget will hopefully pass later today, and here we are preparing for a hurricane. This organization needs an administrator that is ready to tackle the many components facing the county with energy, dedication, knowledge, and motivation. I have worked in our emergency shelters. I have Duke Energy, REC, and SECO representatives on my speed dial, and I already own a generator. As Hurricane Ian approaches, it's imperative to remember that we need an administrator who is able to cultivate, maintain community relationships, so we work together to move the community through these times of emergencies and back on our feet. I have been shaken by every pothole in Citrus County and have said in not so polite words, when are they going to fix these roads? Road resurfacing are two words that brings big sighs, shrugging shoulders, and probably even eye rolls. It should be a top priority in the year ahead and beyond. I enjoyed the discussion with some of you yesterday on how to approach this issue, and I believe different strategies could help us plan appropriately. I know that Pleasant Grove Road is really County Road 581, that Gulf to Lake Highway is really State Road 44, and that Norval Bryant Highway is really County Road 486. We have to identify the growth areas so we can stay ahead of the infrastructure needs, but keep our citizens traveling through the county. We need to be working with our partners at FDOT, TBRPC, and through our NPO to create a plan that meets our needs while generate funding sources. I know the difference of fishing for bass in the Lake Salapaca chain to heading out past Marker 1 in the Gulf to catch my limit of grouper and snapper. We live in an amazing part of Florida with some awesome water resources. We need to continue to work diligently to protect our waters, strive to complete our septic to sewer projects, to clean up the BMAP areas, while promoting the recreational amenities for our visitors. I know the importance of addressing social service issues, such as mental health, hunger, and housing. I was one of the founding members of Citrus County Harvest, and their weekend feeding program was actually piloted in my classroom. I was one of the first families who participated in the first-time homebuyers program through SHIP in Citrus County, and programs like this need to be explored further to provide housing options for us here. I was the lead coordinator who developed the mental health transportation plan for the county, and I'm currently working on a joint partnership with Citrus and Hernando counties for a Baker Act receiving facility. I am no stranger to the Citrus County budget. I first worked with this process under Randy Oliver when I served as Community Services Director. I later honed these skills as Hernando County Deputy Administrator, as I've worked side by side with the Administrator for the last 3 years, as we prepared and presented a budget of over $647 million. I can pronounce Chassahowitzka, Withlacoochee, and Istachata, and I can tell you how to get there. I know the difference between Citrus Hills and Citrus Springs. We must see the new animal shelter past the finish line, identify a strong pathway for economic development, finalize the strategic plan, and it's critical to create more space at the landfill. I have been in every school, every library, every senior center, and been in both hospitals as a patient and a visitor. I know what it takes to fulfill the requirements of this job, but I also know that there are many more expectations of this position other than what's on the job description. I have the leadership skills to bring the staff together, boost morale, and create a positive working environment to support policies and directives that this board and the future board will give. The decision before you today is not an easy one, and you've been receiving input and feedback and suggestions from all over the county. But to me, that's the wonderful thing about local government, is how connected that we are to the people. It also can be overwhelming at times. The fact that each of you are taking this so seriously and truly at heart is confirming that you really want to do the right thing for Citrus County. I ask that you take all of that information and set it in front of you. The one question that you need to ask yourself at the end of today is, did I do the right thing for this organization and staff? I feel that the priority in this moment is staff. If the new administrator can build them up, create an environment where they have a voice, have input, and can grow, then their ability to provide customer service increases tremendously. And that means that the citizens receive what they deserve. I feel I have the leadership to make that happen. It will not happen overnight. It will take time, conversations, and positive actions for all of us to earn trust, provide support, and work cohesively as a team. But I'm able to hit the ground, sprinting, running, however you want to run, and to jumpstart that. But in the end, you have to sift through all of those comments and decide what is best. I thank you for this opportunity to participate in this process, and I really have enjoyed talking with each one of you.
Thank you. Start down with Commissioner Kennard this time. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, we talked, yesterday, we talked about, the two things that really had my interest going into that interview was, number one, when you were hired as a deputy administrator, you went in there and it was my understanding that Hernando County was roughly $11 million in the red. And I got to, I guess, rib your county commissioners on the MPO about what's happening down there. What are they doing with all their money? And they got back at me this year because you guys have now, or they have cut their millage rate and are back on solid financial ground in a very short period of time. I know that did not happen because of one individual or two individuals, but we talked about that. I'd like for you to address that a little bit. And the reorganization that you were involved with or charged with in your growth management department when you got there to better serve the public, the residential construction, commercial development, things like that.
Sure. So 2 weeks after I started in Hernando was their final budget hearing. I was prepared for this is going to be a challenge. We have a lot to do. And you're absolutely correct. We were in the red. For a county to have to pull from reserves to make payroll is never a good thing. So when I came, we had a couple of vacancies on our senior staff, but the administrator said, okay, what are we going to do? And so we worked as a team. We had to make some hard decisions. We had to do a lot of analysis in each and every department, look at staffing, look at the resources and how we were using staffing. And some of that came down to we didn't have staff in the right place. We weren't using them correctly or to their full capacity. There were some hard moments where we had to let staff go. And that's never a fun time, but unfortunately that was necessary at that time. Once we got down to, we felt like we had a good staffing structure, we had to look at how we were spending our money. Were we using too many consultants? Did we have the staff that maybe could do that analysis instead of hiring a consultant? Were we looking properly at fleet? Were we spending our money appropriately there? I mean, we had so many conversations, but it was a team effort. Like you said, Commissioner, it was not one person. It was all of us, and we had to sit down and we had a lot of conversations. We threw a lot of stuff out on the table. We had to decide if it was a crazy idea or if it was worth trying. Fortunately, now, proud to say that our reserves are back up and much more than they were. We are at a very good staffing level, and we actually were able to reduce the millage this year. The second thing that you mentioned was the reorganization of what we call development services, but that's your growth management department here. When I came to the county, there was 2 different directors that would report up to me. One was the building official, one was the planning administrator. Under planning was also code, transit, and zoning. They all are in the same building, but they were not functioning as a whole. They had a shared lobby, but yet when a citizen came in to pull a permit, to pay a code fine, to make an application, they were sent in 3 different directions. There was no cohesiveness at all. Fortunately, we hit COVID, and so we were way behind, at least 6 months behind on permits, and that is not a good place to be. We did a lot of analysis on where the hiccups were. A lot of it had to do with software. We had a very antiquated software system. Then comes HB 1059 last summer, and that really forced us to look at our processes. I made the recommendation to the administrator that we were still too divided. We needed to have everybody under one team, under one umbrella. So basically we blew it up and put it all back together. All of those divisions now report to one director, and that director then reports up to myself. We have created working teams, so when you come into the building now, you are assigned a point person. That person is who gathers the rest of the team that needs to be involved in processing that permit. So the citizen has one person that is responding to them with everybody's comments. It is not being sent to 4 or 5 different places. And so that is the one person that you have from start to finish. We are now 30 days for single family home permits and 45 to 60 days on commercial.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Davis, any comments, questions?
Hello, Ms. Phillips.
Hello.
So I'm going to throw a little bit of a curveball question at you, but I'm going to tell you why up front. So you're a homegirl. That is far and away, you have a heart for this county. We all know that, I think. You have worked here before, and as everybody who has ever gone out in the world in any capacity, not everybody always loves everybody, right? I know from both my role as a commissioner and as a brand communications person, I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but I want to say it's something like if you have a bad customer service experience, you tell 30 people, and if you have a good one, you tell like 2. It's some number like that. So in other words, the angry people make the most noise. There's been an overwhelming number of emails in favor of you from citizens. So that's certainly a big aspect. But let's talk about staff, because staff morale is incredibly important. And so I would like for you to describe a little bit, and again, I'm putting you a little bit on the spot here, but you get to think on your feet. Describe how you would help a new employee or a current employee really achieve their full capacity, their full happiness quotient. What are the things that you find to be good for good morale? On an individual, make it personal, make it real to some, just a mystery person that works for the county.
So I actually was tasked to do this when I joined Hernando. Hernando is actually very separated. Instead of 2 or 3 county buildings, there's 8 or 9. So we're very separated out. So a lot of times for an employee coming into an organization like the size of Citrus, that can be overwhelming. And they can feel lost, or they don't realize that how they're connected to the other departments. So it's important for staff to know what their role is in the overall picture. And when they start to realize that their job is important to the everyday operations, I feel like they have some buy-in. There's some importance to what they do every day. We never want an employee to come in and just come in, do their job, and go home. That's going to reflect to the citizens that they talk to. It's going to reflect to their coworkers. So we want them to have some commitment. We want them to have some energy, some excitement about being there every day. So I think it's always important to know what your role is within your division or your department, but then how that helps as a support system throughout the county. So those are conversations. That's just sitting down with everyone and having that conversation. I feel like supervisors, directors need to be empowered to provide that encouragement for their employees. They should know what they do every day and how it's important. We need to be creating ladders so that people can have the opportunity to move up within the organization. If it's training, if it's experience, if it's resources to get them there, then we need to be looking at that. And we need to be looking at it proactively, not just once a year and not every 3 years. That needs to be a continuous process. Having staff know each other by face, by name is also important. None of us want to know, oh, that's so-and-so over in the other building. That doesn't make for good, customer service with each other. We have, I think, internal and external customer service is just as important. People in purchasing provide internal customer service to everybody. They have to know that how they treat others is very important. So I would say, Commissioner, since you put me on the spot, we need to be celebrating our employees every day. What did you accomplish? It could be little, it could be big. And when we have those big successes, we have to celebrate that. We have to let them know that we're proud of them, that we appreciate their efforts every day. I'm sure all of you in your businesses, if you've developed and grown as professionals, you've appreciated that, right? So I think that we need to do more of that. We need to make sure that our employees have a voice If there's something wrong, if they see suggestions, if they have ideas, they need to be able to come to their supervisors all the way up to the administrator and say, hey, what do you think about this? So we need to make sure everybody's feeling comfortable within the organization to do that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Slabaugh, any comments, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Phillips. You are very impressive, and I'm thankful that you applied to this position. For this position, it would be, if you were selected, it would be your first administrative position. So we have a lot to think about, but I think you have handled yourself well and represented Citrus County well, and thank you for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carnahan, any comments?
Thank
or
you. No,
questions?
yesterday we had a great interview. You've come a long way, that's for sure. I do have a question. Since you went in and redid growth management and what the counties faced, what's your thoughts on concurrency and what element of the county growth management strategy could be focused versus impact fees, the reliance of impact fees? What's your thoughts there?
So first of all, I think that the board, and I'm going to say that the new board, so no offense, but the new board needs to really decide what they want development to look like. I think it would behoove all of us to be proactive instead of reactive. So we need to stay ahead of the game instead of behind it, because then we get a say in what it looks like. I think we all want to keep that, let's say, old Florida feel, that comfort zone that we all have here, but yet growth is coming, and we know that it's coming. So if we want to have a say in how that goes and what that looks like, then we need to be proactive. So in terms of what development, can you repeat the last part of your question?
Using concurrency, as an element of the county growth management strategic, versus relying on impact fees.
So
do you agree with concurrency or impact fees, and if so, why?
I do agree with concurrency and impact fees. I think that it's important if a development is coming in, and we know through a traffic analysis that we're going to need a signal, we're going to need turn lanes, we're going to need to build that road up, then we need to be preparing for that. But the developer also needs to have some skin in that game. If the schools are not prepared for all of those homes coming in, we need to be aware of that. They need to have a say in that. I think that it's important that we don't just agree to everything and then we're on the hook for paying for all of that. Developers should be part of the conversation, and it should be a negotiation back and forth. We can't just agree to everything and then be stuck with what are we going to do about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Finnegan, any comments, questions?
I failed on the first one because, it was the first one, but I'm trying to point out the positives of everyone. And I probably spent the longest every single second of our hour as we're talking on the way out. I probably had the most questions for Ms. Phillips because, and I'm sure she's okay with me saying, because I was concerned about the only candidate without the formal education, with the least time and any administrative abilities. And I found her to be most impressive. The amount of knowledge that she got in that time, her ideas, her strategies to save the county money, that was very impressive. And I think we identified a lot. I think we both had similar educational paths and then got into different careers, somewhat at a younger age. And I saw tenacity. And I saw professionalism. So I just want to say that congratulations on what you've accomplished in Hernando County in these 3 years, and that you've come a long way. And I admire anyone that something gets put in their lap, because I felt like that happened to me in my career. And you figure it out, and you figure out how to do it very well. And I think that she's accomplished that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Could I say something, please?
You already have. I get to go next.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that, Ms. Phillips, you do have your master's degree. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would say the catchphrase of our conversation was candid, right? We kept saying, can we have a candid conversation? And we did. We had a very candid, and I'm going to share some of that today, because that's what we're here for today. And I think I started this off by saying, Some of the similar things we looked at, you were not my top 4, top 5. After interviewing you, I have no doubt that you're in the top 4. You deserve to be there, okay? I think I said something to the point of, in the 3 years, let's see, you left here, I didn't think you were qualified for the job when you left here. In the 3 years when you left here, if you didn't learn while you were down there, shame on you and shame on them. Did I not say something
Yes,
like
you
that? And I can say, I believe you have. I believe the first time we worked together in my office, you came in, you had all your stuff clutched to your chest and a body language, you could talk, you sat there, you know, because you'd heard all these horrible things about me that was going to happen. And yesterday, when we met, I saw this poised professional that I could throw any question at you. You didn't hesitate. You didn't have to think about what you thought the answer was I was looking for. You know, I always look for people that speak from the heart, whether they agree with me or not, right? And I saw that. So, and again, I can honestly say that you deserve to be in this group before. I mean, you know, you're somebody that, and again, you know me. I'm not, I know you can say all the words, but I want somebody that's going to save the county money rather than if they can pronounce, you know, it's the Chatham. So, but you meet those. And I also looked at that. You know, every candidate today has great positives. I don't see a whole lot of negatives, but you can weigh. And I think Ms. Finnegan touched on something. Maybe other folks, yeah, your master's degree is in, I think, education, not in public administration. But you still have an advanced degree. Okay, so that tells me you have stick-to-itiveness. You know, you know what you wanted to do and you stuck with it. But the other thing is that you learned. You know, you went down there. You just didn't go in and say, hey, you know, I'm here, whatever. You learned, and it really shows. So I just want to say, regardless of the outcome of the day, congratulations on your professional development, both for you and for the folks you worked with down there. Okay, I enjoyed rubbing our fellow colleagues in Hernando County too. So again, thank you. Thanks for for your candid answers. I won't share everything you shared with me, but and I think that's important. What we've been talking about from the beginning, this has got to be serious. We got to make sure we get this right as best we can, you know. And I have to tell you, and I've told everybody, I'll say it the last time, I am confident, and I can tell the citizens of Citrus County, of the 4 people that made it this far, I am confident with any of you 4 we pick, Citrus County will be well served. Yeah. Okay, so I have no, and I couldn't say, I'll just say in the beginning, like I said, you weren't my top 4 in the beginning, but I know as the process goes along, you kept moving up and moving up, and that's why we have this process. So thank you. Thanks for not coming in with a closed mind. Thank you for not saying, oh, it's him again. I got to put up with him for a little while.
And he's leaving.
No, I do appreciate it. I found it very, it was a great conversation, very professional and enjoyable. So thank you so much. And well, I guess we're going to ask you to leave. We're going to have some more board discussion and we'll see where this goes to. Okay? Thank you. Okay, board, believe it or not, we now have the unenviable task of seeing if we want to move forward with an applicant. And typically the way this works, again, it's up to you. We can have a discussion. We need to come up with a motion to make an offer to a candidate. If you want, you can pick your top 1, top 2. If negotiations fall through at the top 1, we can automatically go to the top 2. We can use whatever format. If we did that, if negotiations fell through at the top 1, we wouldn't have to wait to come back and go through the whole process. We could go to number 2. So I'm going to surprise you all, and instead of jumping out and jumping up and down and telling you what I think and making you beat me up, I'm going to sit back and hear what you all have to say. So, so who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, Commissioner Carney.
Mr. Chair, first and foremost, I want to thank, I agree with what you just said. Some of those might not have been my top choices, but they definitely should have been in the top 4. Great interviews, heck of a lot better interviews than when we hired Mr. Oliver. Yeah, but all 4 of these candidates could do the job. But listen, I picked Mr. Oliver before he left. I'm just saying the other candidates weren't so great. So let's just get that. He's been with us for 8 years, and he's been here for a reason for 8 years. But there is one individual that hands down stood out. His longevity, their longevity in the business, his economic development background. I did some research on him. Very, very well respected in his business, and I think that he's not at the end of his career. He's at a point in his career that he can come to Citrus County and he can take us in a direction that I think all of us are wanting. Okay, I think all the candidates were great, but I'm going to put it out there right now because I feel wholeheartedly this gentleman rose to the top. He come in with a packet that I thought was strong as could be. He sold me on a strategic plan that I just hate strategic plans, and most of them are on the shelf with dust. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we negotiate with Mr. Steve Howard for the next county administrator.
Okay, is there a second to that motion for Steve Howard?
Oh, my God.
I'll make a second for
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, so we have a second for discussion. And during this discussion, I think just to keep this fair, if you want to bring up, in other words, if you support Mr. Howard, you can say why. If you would want to have a different candidate, and you can't support that motion, this would be the time to say that, and who you'd want that to be. Also, it might be a time to have a discussion too. If we end up with the same, maybe one or two names, that could be the discussion between one and two. So
And
that's
I can
my
throw
thought.
two out there if you want me to throw two
Well,
out.
you start with one.
I'm
What's up
going
to you?
to go ahead and start
Okay.
with one. I made a motion for one. Let's
Okay.
move forward with that.
Okay.
But I feel strong about. I just see so many qualities in this candidate and what he's done and the longevity that he's been through multiple boards. He's worked successfully with him. And when I really talked about economic development, he's the person I want here in Citrus County because not only with his leadership, I think what Citrus County is also going to get with this administrator, they're going to get others that follow him here, and you're going to get members on our staff that's going to just elevate the game and put us out, and we're just going to look tremendous.
Well, I found it impressive when he sold you on the strategic plan. That was
Look, when he
time
jumped
in.
out there and he showed me this book and he went to his 1 year and 2 year thing, that I agree with that with a strategic plan. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, boards change, things change. But when you start doing it, hey, the first 3 years, boom, 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 and you start getting those things done, and he's involved in his community, he's loved in his community, and again, he's been there 15 years, and he's not at his last leg. He's just starting his career. And again, I think that he is a masterful fit for this county to move us forward and to bring us into a great element.
okay. Commissioner Slayball, you made the second. You can speak next, or you can wait. It's up to you.
I'll speak. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Great.
I think that he's my top candidate, Mr. Howard. I just am a bit concerned about his salary request and the gap, the pay gap that we would have with our current directors and the leadership that we have on staff. And I don't feel comfortable starting out that way because, Randy, you've said it over and over and over, the outstanding leadership and professionalism that we have in this room right here. And I just have a problem with the pay request. And so that would make me want to take a pause. But he was my top choice. So that is a concern I have, since I'm now the chair right now. Would somebody else like to
Yes.
speak?
Yeah.
Commissioner Kennard has had his finger up first, so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and, I'll tell you, I heard, yesterday during the interviews, I heard the analogy of, there are managers and there are leaders. And, I don't know that I'd heard that before, but in the four of them, I honestly felt like, the county would do well with any of the four.
Yeah.
Two of them I felt like were leaders, and that's not to disparage the other two, but two of them stood out as leaders. Certainly, Mr. Howard was one of them, but as was Mrs. Phillips. Okay, and I'll tell you, I'm going to run down the reasons why I'm not going to support this motion. I do want to, and if this motion fails, I am going to make a motion that we offer the position to Mrs. Phillips. right here in our own community, Frank DiGiovanni, love him or hate him, the guy did some absolutely wonderful things in the city for the city of Inverness. Frank was the city manager for 25 years. He worked for the city for 40 years, and was promoted to city manager at, I believe it was age 44. John Gallagher was the county administrator down in Pasco County for 30 years. He was hired at 35 years old. Hernando County has since had, has had 9 administrators since Pasco hired John Gallagher. Longevity, where I'm going with this is the longevity, not 5 years, not 8 years, not 10 years. We need to be thinking about somebody who is going to be here for decades. We've got some heavyweight resumes. We've got some very qualified people that could be here. I think we need to be looking beyond that. These 4 are qualified. Let's look beyond that and see who's going to be here, who's invested in our community, who will be here for decades. Pasco County, I think it's interesting to note, has had 2 administrators since Gallagher retired in 2013. Vince Long, we all know the name. He's been the county administrator for Leon County, I believe, for 11 years at this point, has been with Leon County much longer than that. There's one common thread with all of those names. And the common thread is they were all promoted from within. They all had buy-in to their communities. They all knew the ropes of the organization. They all knew the lay of the land in their communities, and were the right people, obviously, to move up into that top position. Now, I'm sure that with, the other 66 counties, we take those 2 out, the other 64 counties, there are many other examples. These are ones just very close to home, though, that I felt like we could look at and go, yeah, I can relate to that. These are people, names that we know. Right now, if Mrs. Phillips were our assistant administrator, my guess is we would still go through the process, but she would be the one to beat. I believe that to be the case. Right now, if Jeff Rogers left Hernando County, they would go through the process, but I believe she would be the one to beat. She's applied for a job that we need to find that person who not only has the knowledge, has demonstrated both the fiscal responsibility and the operational ability down in Hernando County just since she's left here in the short 3 years. The whole time that she was here, she was promoted and promoted and promoted until finally the position came up that she had to leave the county to get that next higher position. I think she's ready for it. Each of these 4 finalists have a place that they call home. And I listened keenly to that yesterday. There's only one of them that calls Citrus County home. And I know that's obvious because this is where she lives right now. But home meaning that's where their heart is at. That's where their values are at. That's where they want to see things. They know that area. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Jones knows Walton County like the back of his hand. He can tell you the different parts of it, the rural part versus the tourism beachfront part, things like that. We've got an applicant who knows Citrus County like that and has got the resume to run this county, to administer this county. Let's see, I'll try and wrap this up here. You already heard she stepped into a situation, whether it's the deputy administrator or the administrator, she stepped into a position, and we all talked about it that were here at the time, that Hernando County was in whatever that number was. It was $8 million, $9 million, $11 million in the red. And we're all like, holy smokes. And I remember sitting there talking with Alaco and Champion and going, how are you guys digging out of that mess? Well, here they are a short 3 years later. You know, don't underestimate that there were two people at the top with their budget director, lots of phone calls to Randy, I have no doubt about that, and their other directors working together as a team, dug out of that hole, and now they're lowering their millage rate. The county's growing, two people at the top, one of them has applied for our job. We talked about the overseeing the reorganization of growth management. I think if you were to ask, Jeff Rogers or others involved in upper level government, that Mrs. Phillips is a key individual in overseeing the day-to-day operations of a county with a population of 191,000 people, almost 191,000 people. And what'd she say, 670? I've got $623 million budget. That's important, that's impressive. Let's see here, the last two things that I had were just, if she were here, she would, I think, would be the lead candidate. We'd go through the process, but I think she would be the one to beat. One other key thing that she mentioned to me yesterday, I'm sure that she talked to you all about it as well, is that she oversaw improved training, staff development, and succession planning within the ranks of the directors and staff in Hernando County, so that they didn't get caught with at one of the divisions, one of the departments, they lost 3 heads all within a year, all retired. Well, they counted it up, and I forget how many hundreds of years experience that was, but they lost a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge. And immediately they saw this as a weakness in their succession planning. And so she has been a key component in implementing that training and succession planning. One last point, earlier today when the clerk was up here, she talked about an audit, and she was singing the praises repeatedly of a young man who's been promoted from within the ranks. She talked about what a great job that Brian Cope has done, and he has. The guy's guy is a prototypical picture of somebody rising up through the ranks, is in a great position, is doing great things for people of Citrus County, and I think Toby Phillips would also.
Okay, anybody else want to speak on the motion that hasn't yet?
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, I'm going to give Commissioner Carnahan props for coming around a little late to the party, but I'm glad you're now into strategic planning. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that it was sunshine law that I couldn't explain in detail, is why you didn't get it. But anyway, thank you for coming around. This is an immensely tough agenda item for me. It's no secret our last board meeting was not so great. And I have felt very strongly for a long time that the new board needs to make the decision, because otherwise we are potentially, and you're going to like where I'm going, potentially setting up the new administrator for failure. Because I have immense respect for what a county administrator has to go through. You got 5 wildly different personalities up here, and you got to somehow stay employed by at least 3 of us at any given time. So it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. So I made the determination over the weekend, and I led off with all of the interviews, that the only yes vote you will get out of me is to hold for the next board. And then yesterday happened. I was wildly impressed with several of the candidates. I think Mr. Howard is exceptional. He has a lot of the skill set we need. Ms. Phillips, the 2 of them are basically tied in my head. I think Mr. Hawthorne is a bit of a sleeper there. He is incredibly intelligent and has huge heart, and he made the best pitch today. That was a beautiful love letter to our community from somebody who is not from here. And so and Mr. Jones is, there's nothing about, all four of them are truly quality. But that's where I was. But it was Ms. Phillips who brought up the importance of moving forward now and not letting this drag on any longer because of staff stress with all of the departures, with Mr. Oliver leaving first meeting in November. And so it's difficult. So I will say that Mr. Howard has an impressive resume, but as my colleague to the left has so impassionately said, I will say do not underestimate the drive of a local to do this job and do it exceptionally well. This is her home, and you don't want to fail in your home. You really don't. Think about it from an emotional standpoint. She is going to, and she may still fail, but if she's hired, but she will really put her heart and soul and drive into making this county everything it can be. And it already is wonderful, of course, but everything it can be. So I'm a little torn, and apparently I'm going to be the swing vote. So I'm just sharing my feelings. And pardon?
You don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Yeah. So that's where my head is right now. So.
Yep. Okay. So everybody spoke on this. Want to speak more? Did you want to go again? Sure.
Well, have you spoken?
No.
Oh, you want to wait? Okay.
No, I don't. I can go. I
Okay.
didn't. I'm always accused of being the bully and pushing you guys around. So here's what I think. You know me, guys. I don't pull any punches. I try to tell you from the very beginning where I stood. I told Ms. Phillips same thing. I ranked her of the top 7 that we picked. I ranked her number 7, and that's where we went into this. And as of the end of this process, I ranked her in the top 2, 1 and 2. I ranked it as Mr. Howard 1 and Ms. Phillips 2. And what I'm listening to is compelling arguments for both. And I just think it's a delightful position to be in, to be able to pick from 2 candidates or 4, but to get it down to those 2. The other thing I want to come back to is those are the only 2 names I've heard so far. Okay, so if you see where I'm going, it seems to mean we've come from 4 maybe to 2. Okay, but again, all the arguments are great. Immediately, I was with Commissioner Carnahan. Steve Howard, boom, jumped out there. I love it because he came in and says, basically, this is what I am, and if you're not looking for that, you don't want me. I don't want to be here. I love a guy that comes in and goes, I want to be here for the right. And by the way, when we go to public input, Ms. Finnegan, you'll have a chance to speak to us, okay? But so that got me right away. It's like, I'm not here to, blow a lot of smoke at you guys or whatever. Commissioner Slabaugh brought up an excellent point. I don't know if we're going to be able to meet his salary requirements, okay? And again, Commissioner Davis and I go back and forth all this, probably because she has emotions and feelings and I don't. So I don't go for the, love letters and all that. I go for who's going to watch our money, who's going to make the hard calls. When you're sitting in the EOC meetings and everybody's telling you, you must do this, who's going to be the county administrator who says, no, you're not. This is what my board wants. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so we want somebody that's a professional, that's been in a hot seat and will carry out their board's direction. Okay, they know the board's will, and that's what we want. So honestly, I just got to say this, that I'd hate to get into the number 1, number 2. I have a feeling, and I'm just saying this, I don't know. That's why I asked Mr. Howard directly, would you take the job? But we never got to the salary. That's usually what comes apart. So, and again, Commissioner Slabaugh brought up a perfect point when saying, if we offer him this, is he going to say no, and then are we wasting our time? But on the other hand, if we really want him, it shouldn't keep us from making the offer. So I'm with all of you. I can be, I don't know necessarily the swing vote. I can tell you this, that I would be happy with Ms. Phillips for all the reasons listed. And that's why, Commissioner Davis, I encourage you to stay the process, because from the time you get 27 applications until you sit down one-on-one with them in your room, the numbers keep changing. And and I agree. You know, we want somebody that'll be here on day one. I'm going to be retired, but I'm going to live in Citrus County. I'm going to be paying taxes. This is my home. This is where my kids live. I'm going to be watching what you guys do. I want to be able to say, yes, that's my board. Yes, that's my, you know, and as proud as we are to sit back here, and I am today saying, when I was in Crystal River, I said the best vote I ever made was to vote for Andy Houston. Okay, and now being here, I can say the best vote I ever made was to vote for Randy Oliver. So as I leave office, I'd like to be able to look back and say my last best vote I ever made was to vote for this person. So, you know, my thinking is, and I know the motion is to make the offer to Mr. Howard, and we want to take public input. But I'm kind of leaning at this point in time, and that's why I love listening to all the debate, and maybe we can have more. But, you know, I would come back to say if it was just money was no object, I would rank him number one, Steve Howard, number two, Toby Phillips. But I think that, you know, what Commissioner Kennard laid out was the argument of saying, instead of paying for somebody with 15 years of experience and so on and so on and so forth, get somebody in here that's a worker with a proven track record, bring them in young and let them continue to learn the job. And again, as usual, you know, we don't always agree, but your arguments sway me quite a bit in the end. So the way I kind of see it at this point is I would say Toby Phillips, number one, make the offer, and if that falls through, go to Steve Howard. But that's not the motion on the floor. I just want to be fair and put it all out there. So we're going to open this to public unless commissioners want to continue. Yes, yes.
I do not see the I do not see Miss Phillips and Mr. Howard in the same light. I appreciate Miss Phillips. I think that I think she is a great person. I love that she's loves Citrus County, but I see her as not ready today. That might not be the popular thing to say, but the resume that Mr. Howard has and the contacts he has, and just being able to accomplish getting what he's gotten for this space industry to get a launch site in Camden and be within 2% of Cape Canaveral's capabilities is huge. His contact list, I don't think there's barely any of us that have his contact list. Now, he wants to do something in Citrus County, and to dismiss that resume and want to promote within, yes, I would love that, but I feel like I would be making a mistake with our staff in not picking the strongest leader for them, because we have some amazing credentials out there. And to get somebody to say, we're going to pick this person to be your boss when maybe perhaps they're not at that level yet, it is a concern to me. So I don't know that I would be able to support today Miss Phillips. I would be very curious to see what Commissioner-elect Bays wants. I know she has chosen to stay out of this process, but now we're getting to the wire. And there might very well be a decision today, and I think you would be remiss in not giving us your opinion. So
That'll be her ability. Is a second. That will be her ability during open to the public. She'll be able to get up and speak. Anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Carnahan, and then you. Yes, sir.
And I agree with Toby was my second pick. I mean, Howard Riser first. And nothing, and this is Commissioner Kennard, you made a great debate. Okay, but one thing you forgot to mention, and this has nothing to do with Jeff Rogers, but that board had to raise the millage to get themselves out of the red. Okay? They raised the millage over 14 or 15% to get themselves out of the red. So then, yeah, now they've got themselves out of the red, and they've got growth, and they've brought that down. They've got good management. So I'm not gonna. Yeah. But bottom line is the board raised the millage rate because they were in the red, and again, so I just want that out there. But again, when you talk to Howard, EOC, he put an EOC together. He runs EOC, and they've got a well-oiled machine there. Not what we talked about, but again, I'm not going to love hometown, love all that, But listen, when you asked me to do a job, just like when we hired Mr. Oliver, we picked the best candidate for the job. He's been here for the longevity. And here I can tell you, Mr. Howard is young. He could spend 20 years, 30 years right here in this county, okay? And that's what he plans to do. You know, got a beautiful 4-year-old daughter, wants to come here and wants to elevate this county. So I'm not changing my mind. As a matter of fact, if I don't get the vote, I would make the next motion to push this off to the next board.
Well, before you do that, can I make a suggestion? I would, because like, see, I'm gonna be the swing vote, not you. I'm gonna be the swing vote because where we are with this. Hear me out. Where we are with this is, I would like to see your motion be that you make the offer to negotiate with Mr. Howard, okay? And if we can't reach
negotiations,
then we go to Ms. Phillips as a second.
I was actually going to do it when I said that.
Okay.
So I'll do that. I'll change my motion, rescind my motion. I'll make a new motion that we offer the job to Mr. Howard, and and if he doesn't accept, then you go to Toby Phillips second.
Would you second that?
I would rescind and second.
Okay, so now we have a new motion and a new second. How do we feel down that way about that motion?
Well,
Giving y'all a chance before we finally go.
I was in line to speak next, so I just wanted to say to Commissioner Schlabach's very excellent observation about his Rolodex, old-fashioned word, for space and aerospace. We've got those contacts covered, and you know we do.
No.
Yes, I do. I have those contacts covered. So that would certainly sway me if we didn't have those contacts covered, but we do. We've got a very, very high-level person with NASA with a lot of contacts who lives in this county, and he's a hometown boy. And you know because you went to high school with him. So anyway, there's that.
Okay. And Commissioner Kennard, any comments on that before we go to public comment? We want to hear what the public has to say, and we'll do another round of discussion afterwards.
No, we'll hear from the public.
Okay, so let me invite Ms. Finnegan up, give you the first opportunity to speak, and then the motion, as I understand it, make sure the clerk has it. We didn't put in all the technical language, but usually it consists of to have the chairman and the attorney to negotiate a contract with Mr. Howard, and if we don't reach an acceptable terms, which I'm going to ask you guys today about that before we would leave, then we would approach the number 2 pick, which would be Toby Phillips. That's mine, and that's what you have, Madam Clerk?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion we're going to be voting on. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, excuse me. Yeah.
I think Commissioner Schlabach was the second. Are you okay with those additional?
Yeah, can you say?
She did. I asked her if she was okay.
He said that it would, the motion, could you read the motion back to me, please?
Motion was to make an offer to negotiate with Steve Howard, then to go to Toby Phillips as a second option, and then you amended the motion to add what he just said, which was that you would go to the second person if we don't reach acceptable terms, correct?
With the chairman and the attorney negotiating the contract.
Correct.
Are we good with that?
Um,
And go ahead.
You're adding right now the chairman and.
Well, that's the custom. I mean,
Usually the chairman and the attorney negotiate the contract. Bring it, and you will get to see the end result of the negotiation.
I have a few problems with that, so I'm gonna rescind my
Well,
second.
what's your problems? Tell us what your problem is. And
I want to rescind my second. So do you want to? My problem is we're going to negotiate with the first candidate. How long is that going to take? We don't know.
Yes, we do.
Tell
me what your concerns are, and then I'll tell you what the plan.
That's a concern.
And your any
No,
other
that's my first
okay.
concern.
What I would do is once this motion passes, the next thing we would have to do, if it passes, the next thing we have to do is have a discussion. What are your parameters? What are you willing to pay him? What are you willing, just as a thought, then the attorney and I would sit down and say, this is the board's first offer, see what he has to say. And if we think we can get to something that you're acceptable with, then we bring it back to you. The contract is scheduled to come back before you for a final vote on October 18th. So the process would be done by October 18th.
With the first candidate
With
or both?
with the whole process.
I don't feel that Ms. Phillips is my candidate today. So to add her into this process, I don't feel comfortable with that.
Okay, well, I'll make the second then. So I second it. So now we have a motion and a second. We've had the discussion. Let's go to public input. Can you ready to go into 3 minutes? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And for the record, give us your name.
Thank you. I'm Diana Finnegan from Homosassa, Florida. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the motion. Steve Howard is my first choice. Toby Phillips would have been my second for all the wonderful things you said, Commissioner Kennard. I think that she is ready to grow with us, but then there's Steve Howard. As Commissioner Schlapel said, his contacts and his experience and what he's done with Spaceport, it's amazing. I completely agree. I did ask him, I know both of you had a concern about the salary, and I did too, so I asked him. And there is room to negotiate. So in my opinion, when you're looking for top talent, if you're willing to pay X amount of dollars for maybe the fourth or the third or even the second, if you have someone so high above that, raise that dollar amount to get that top talent. And then if it was me, I would tell that person, Commissioner Schlapel's concern, which would be mine too, your salary has got you here, but we have this pay disparity. I think somebody of his caliber could fix that. You tell him your concerns, you tell him what you would like to see from him, and I am fairly confident that he could address all those concerns for you. When we talk about moving forward, and I think probably all of us, if not most of us, campaign on that, right, to be proactive and not reactive. He's proved it. Yeah. He knows what that looks like. When we're all out there and we talk about we have to grow, we cannot be a county in decline, but we have to preserve this beautiful rural community and all of our natural resources. And that's just not our springs, but it's the rural beauty in our lakes and our rivers and our lands. He's done that. He's done that already. With his contacts, he has done amazing things. He knows how to work with a board. That's very impressive that he put him so far ahead of every other candidate for me. Commissioner Kitchen, you had mentioned ranking. If I may, I will just tell you in my mind how they fell, which was way different because Ms. Phillips was my number 6 based on paper. That changed in an interview. Right. So number 1 would be Steve Howard for me. Number 2 would be Toby Phillips. Number 3 would be Larry Jones. And number 4 would be Stanley Hawthorne. I don't think we're going to go wrong, whatever you decide. But we've all met with them. And I don't know if we would ever have an opportunity to get a Steve Howard again. And I do agree with you, Commissioner Carnahan, that he's young. He's a 4-year-old, and he's looking to put roots in a Florida hometown that's very close to where he grew up, and I think he'll be here for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak on this motion? Yes.
Don't forget you have the input from Mr. Grogan.
And I'm not taking that. I'm not taking it because it's an email, so we'll put it in the file, but I'm not conducting another email interview. He took the time to be here to interview the candidates. That's why I invited the people that were here today to speak. I think we should treat his input as public input, just like anybody else that sends us an email. So thank you for reminding me. And if anybody has problems with that, that was my decision, so blame me. So
I agree.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Can you give us your name, please?
Rebecca Bays, County Commissioner-elect. I appreciate the time to be here today and listen. As you know, I chose not to be a part of the interview process, but did my homework behind the scenes. I would agree with Commissioner Carnahan and you, Chairman, that I believe that Mr. Hawthorne is a jewel in the rough. So I'm happy with your choice. I would tell you, after speaking with multiple people across this state and people that are in this business, the quality of candidates and the amount of candidates that are out there to be picked from are few and far between. And that makes that process that much more difficult when you are in the midst of a changing board and new board members coming on. So what's happening is we don't have the depth and breadth of the quality of candidates that would typically apply in a situation like this. And for Mr. Howard to have put his career on the line to apply for this, I think is commendable. And I think it would be a devastating position to let somebody like this fall through the cracks. So I appreciate what you're doing. I think he's the right candidate. I have known Toby Phillips long before she ever had her first baby. Watched her go through breast cancer. I love her. I think she's very qualified. And if for some reason this doesn't work out, I think she's your number two. I will go so far as to say that if these two don't work out, then I would urge this board to go back out. I don't think the last two are the quality of candidates that we would want to move forward with. And so if we can't negotiate and make a deal with one of these two, preferably Mr. Howard, that we should reopen this. So thank you very much.
Can I make a comment while you're still
Sure.
here? First, you said Mr. Hawthorne, but I believe you meant to say Mr.
Mr. Howard. I'm
okay,
sorry.
so
I
just so we're
apologize.
clear. And the other thing is, this is important. So for what we're talking about here, so you're in agreement that if you were voting here today on this motion, you would vote in favor of making the offer to Mr. Howard.
That is correct.
Okay, so for the record, I want to clear for the people participating today from the audience that that's what we've heard.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to comment on the motion before it's taken? Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public input. Commissioners, final round of discussion?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And here's another thing that I had a long discussion with Mr. Howard, 4-year-old. He looked at our school system. He looked at what our school systems were about. He looked at this community. He looked at the Nature Coast, wanting to bring his family here because what we have here. And then also, I don't know if any of you talked about his involvement in his community there and what he wants to do here in this community. He wants to be involved. He wants to be out front. And last but not least, I hope y'all have a discussion with him about economic development, because I've got a different view about economic development today than I've had in the past. And that's not to hire somebody. It's for the administrator to take it and to run with it. Mr. Howard has done that, and he's done that very successful. And I hope this board would come together today to give him a unanimous vote to start the process of moving Citrus County forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's exactly why I rescinded my second, because I wanted Mr. Howard to see a board that was in agreement of him. And by adding a second person into it, it's kind of muddying the waters, because Commissioner Kennard came out with his first pick and Commissioner Davis, and I wanted to keep it separate so that they could see, hey, there was a 5-0 and a commissioner-elect that wanted you. You wanted you. You're our pick. And then maybe the second motion could have been, and if we cannot negotiate this, then we would go on to the second candidate. But to put it together, that is why I pulled it. It had nothing to do with Ms. Phillips. I think she's very capable, and she might very well surprise me. But I wanted to see. I want the candidate, the applicant, to be able to say yes to us. I want that applicant to see us, that we see the leadership in them, and we are a united front moving forward. That, to me, as an applicant, uprooting my family, I'd say, there's two commissioners that are not going to be there on November 22nd. But there were 3 that will be, and a commissioner-elect, and another candidate that liked me enough to want me to be their choice. That carries a lot of weight, and that's what I'm looking for, that they see, hey, you're our person, we want you, and we will try to negotiate with you, or the chair and I'll even give that up. I wasn't on board about that. I felt like that's muddy in the water too, and I understand the process. I have followed the process, but I really want to see us be a united front. I'd like a 5-0 vote for our candidate, and now I can't get there.
Okay, well, I think you misunderstand the process. Okay, so let me back up. Here, do you want to hear what I'm going to say? Because you wouldn't have said what you said if you knew where I was going with this. I don't think and I'm telling you right now, I don't think if we make an offer to Mr. Howard, he'll take it if it's not a 5-0 vote. Okay?
I agree.
So what I'm asking this board is if you're going to follow what we've talked about here in the process, and if we're dealing in good faith, what we need to have, and this is where I'll go out on this, guys. I'll say, because I also agree with Commissioner-elect Bass. I'm in 100%, write this down and put this in stone. I'm in 100% agreement with everything Commissioner Bass said today. I would say this, that I would say this, that we vote, if we go this way, we vote 5-0 to make the offer to Steve Howard, because that's who we want, and we heard from the potential commissioner, one commissioner-elect, one potential commissioner, that's who they want. Okay, that's a strong outreach, okay? And if he says, okay, but we can't come to agreement on the money, and we go to number 2, then what this does is it tells him we want him, okay, but we're not going back out and starting all over again.
That's right.
If he doesn't want, it's his job if he wants it, and I truly respect what Ms. Finnegan said. If he's the guy we think he is, he'll find a way of getting there. I just see that happening. I will bring up, you are very concerned, okay? So then, it's up to him. He's got a 5-0 vote to come in if we can come to terms. If he can't do that, I would turn right around and make part of that motion, since it's number 2 is Toby Phillips, that would be it'll be a 5-0 vote, okay? So it's 5-0 to go with Mr. Howard, and if he declines us, because the ball's going to be in his court, it'll be 5-0 to go to Ms. Phillips. Then, if that doesn't happen, I'm agree with Commissioner-elect Bays. You guys have been excellent. You followed the process. We've got down to this to 2 people that both are excellent, and start the whole process over again.
Good luck with that.
Exactly. So that's where I think we are. I think if we're serious, if you want good quality candidates, somebody asked me, what do we pay Mr. Oliver once? I said, I don't know, but it's not enough. Because the first year he was in office, he saved us millions. So if we're not paying him millions, I know we're ahead on the game. So where we are, and the whole thing about the chairman and the attorney, that's the way it's always been done. I mean, if you want to do it differently, fine, but don't change it the day that you are down to the final step. And keep in mind, the only thing that's going to happen is I'm going to sit there with this gentleman and the attorney, and I'm going to say, oh, I don't think my board's going to go for that. I think my board will go for that. That's what the chairman's job is in negotiations. The attorney's got to make sure that we have all the things like severance and stuff like that covered. And keeping in mind that I know, and he knows, and the attorney knows, we have to bring a contract back to you October 18th that you'll find acceptable.
That's right.
Okay? So my whole point with this is it's 5-0 if we vote on this to go with him, and the job's his to turn down. If he turns it down, it's 5-0 to go with Toby Phillips.
Yep.
That's the way I see this vote, if we can get all of everyone up here to agree on it. So, yes, sir, Commissioner Kennard.
I'm going to fully support the motion. After hearing my current colleagues, 2 of my future colleagues, 2 of my future colleagues express their respect for Mr. Howard. Again, not a slight at all on Mrs. Phillips, because obviously, if we can't come to terms with him, I expect that we go right to work and get a contract worked out with her. But when he comes in here, he needs to know that he has the current board's 100% support, and I will be there. I'm going to support the motion.
Great. Commissioner Davis?
I will too.
Sounds to me like we have 5-0 unless you guys change something down here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so, Madam Attorney, we're ready to move forward with the motion here to do this? Do we need to iron out parameters now, or just to make the motion to move forward with the job offers, 1, 2, and come back with it? Or what's the best way to proceed?
No, I think you guys have it correct, but I would like the clerk to read back the motion just so you're all sure before you vote.
Okay, one more time. We want to be clear about this. Don't want to do this again for a while.
Motion to make an offer to negotiate with Steve Howard as the next county administrator. If the offer doesn't reach acceptable terms, then make an offer to Toby Phillips as the second option, and direct the chairman and county attorney to negotiate a contract.
Is that, you want more than that? Is that enough?
No, I think that's acceptable. I think that the chairman and I will negotiate the best contract that we can for the county, keeping the county's best interests paramount.
And I don't think that, I hope this wouldn't happen. That's why I asked the question. I think that's why you asked the question. I hope he doesn't go back to Camden and his board says, what we're paying you now will double if you don't leave, you know, I mean, so I don't think that would happen. I think he was very forthright when he said we've been very honest with each other. I don't think he'd be here now if he was just trying, if that's what he was trying to do. So that's my understanding. We'll try, in good faith, we'll negotiate with the full support of the board. And from what I've heard from the audience today, I've only heard 2 people from the public speak, and one we know will be a county commissioner and the other one potentially. So that's a good way to come in. So appreciate you guys working so hard to come to this consensus where we are. So this is a big vote. So can we do a roll call vote on this? All right. And we know how we do this. The motion maker goes first, the seconder goes second, and then however she wants to call it. So, can we do a roll call vote on that motion?
Commissioner Carnahan?
Aye.
Commissioner Kitchen?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Slabaugh?
Aye.
Commissioner Kennard?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously. Congratulations. Madam Attorney, what guidance do we need from the board, or how do we do this so that, I don't want to get into something that, because I kind of have an idea where the board might go, comments and stuff, but, you know, you got some
I want
thoughts?
to jump in.
Yeah.
I think that we have put you two in charge. I think you have heard concerns about this board, and what I suggest you do is go back and try to negotiate. And then if it doesn't work out, because I would hate a bunch of comments to be made up here after we just had a 5-0 vote. So with that's my opinion. That's what we did before. It worked out well, and we all come to terms and agreement, and we got a great administrator in here.
We did. And I would even go so far as to say what my practice for these kind of things in the past has been is to say, listen, you know, we think you're going to be great. We're sure you do, but you know, let's not try to start at the top of the pay scale and see what happens after we get into this. And instead of just saying annually the same raise as everybody else, I think we can leave it open to say, if you're as good as we hope you're going to be, compensation going into the future, you know, are you guys kind of open with that kind of thing? I'm just trying to get your way of thinking.
No, I do.
Yeah,
And
okay.
again, and I agree with Ms. Finnegan. Hey, if you want somebody that has the talent, you're going to have to belly up to the bar, okay, and get them here. So with that being said, I think that you know, I hope everybody's on board, and I have total faith in you and Ms. Lynn will bring us back a great contract, and Mr. Howard will be our next administrator.
You want to set up a meeting between now and the 501 with them, or you want to have to wait till he goes back home?
I serve at your pleasure, Mr. Chair.
Well, let's see what his schedule is. I would like.
Here's what I'm just real quick. They're under a topical. They're under a watch too, so I think he's got his hands full because he runs EOC. Because we had a conversation. So I think maybe let's get this. Maybe come Monday or something, because I think he's going to have his hands full. And if you look at the path of the storm, it's going to be right over them too.
Okay, and I can come in. We can do a conference call or whatever with them. Okay. Also, Randy, Doug, Denise, what is the protocol now? How do we thank all these folks for their involvement? Who's going to do that, and how are we going to do that, and who's going to notify Mr. Howard?
I think maybe that might be a question for your consultant.
Okay, Mr. Consultant, how you want to do this?
I mean, I could tell you things, but
Well, let's hear what he has to say.
I believe that all 4 of them are still in the jury assembly room.
Are they have they been watching? Do you think?
I don't think so.
No.
No,
Okay.
I don't.
I'm happy to go and tell them myself for you on your behalf what happened. Or if one of you want to go and talk with them, they all should still be here.
If the board doesn't mind, as we move on to regular business, I'd like to turn it over to the first vice chair, and I'd like to go in and just take 2 minutes to thank them personally for doing this
Yeah.
and going ahead and telling them all the results while they're here. I think that would be the appropriate thing. What do you think?
Sure.
I'm fine with that.
What, you have any comments?
Or have them come in here.
I
Well,
don't,
I don't have a problem with what the chair wants.
I don't think it should be done publicly.
Yeah, I don't
think
No,
it should
that's what I was
be-
thinking. I just wanted to move it. Did you have a comment, Ms. Bass?
Wouldn't it be appropriate to
Bring
bring
him in here.
Mr. Howard in front of everybody?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Maybe, how about we do this? How about I go talk to all of them and then ask Mr. Howard to come back with me? Is that good with everybody?
Yeah, I think
Everybody's
that's
comfortable with
great
that?
job, Rebecca.
All right, thank
Would
you.
you like me to wait? Can we take a?
No,
recess
we
or-
don't take,
Okay.
we don't take breaks.
God
Yes.
forbid, we
I
got a
just want to
bathroom
add,
break.
if there's anything our firm can do to help in the negotiations, please feel free to
I-
contact
I'm
us.
turning this over to our attorney, and I'm there to say yes, no, no way, sounds great, you know, so.
And Mr.
so-
Chair?
Yes.
I think we ought to take a moment and thank Slavin
Oh,
for what,
absolutely.
because I'll be honest with you, I didn't know what to expect until we got into these one-on-one meetings, and I think you guys did a stellar job, okay?
Thank you very much.
So I just want to give you kudos because, you know, you heard, I don't know if you got the right candidates, or I don't know this, but guess what we did? We had 4 damn good candidates. We've got 2 at the top, so great job. Y'all did a great job.
Thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Your recommendation came. Sure. One and only clap. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm turning the meeting over, passing the chair to First Vice Chair Slaybaugh. I'll be back momentarily, okay? And we're on,
E11?
no, we're on H5. You still have a 2:15 time certain.
Oh, goodness.
What's that? Go ahead.
All right. Where we at?
Okay, H5.
Yes, H5 is to conduct a public hearing on an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision, state of Florida pertaining to animal control, amending Article 2, Section 1437, adoption and redemption of dogs, amending Article 2 of 1445 entitled Dangerous Dogs, deleting Article 2, Section 1447 entitled Special Fees and Costs, providing for severability, providing for codification and inclusion into the code, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And then if approved, authorize chairman to sign or execute the ordinance.
Thank you. Board, I'll be looking for a motion or discussion on this, H5.
All right, get an open public hearing.
Oh, excuse me.
That's okay.
At this time, is there anybody from the public that would like to discuss in favor of H5? I will get there. I'm looking for anybody in favor of H5, please. You want to come to the podium, sir? Then I'm not going to count you. And then, anybody in favor of H5? They'd like to speak? Okay, how about anybody against, opposed to H5? Going once? Opposed? Twice? Third time? Okay, we're going to close this public hearing and
Madam
board.
Chair, move that we approve H5A and B.
Thank you, sir. So I have a first by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public input? Nope, we just did that. Okay. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 at this time. We have pulled H6 and H7, is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
So now I'm gonna go back
back
to
to
E11. Okay, thank you.
E11, approve and authorize chairman to execute an interlocal agreement for the disposal of solid waste between Citrus County and the City of Inverness through September 30th, 23.
Thank you.
Move approval E11.
Second.
I have a first by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Davis. Any public input? Comment? None? Board, any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 at this time. E12, Mr. Oliver?
Approve and authorize the chairman to execute amendment number 2 to the agreement LP 09018 between the Florida Department of Environmental Protection and Citrus County, Florida.
Motion to approve item E12.
Second.
Thank you. First by Mr. Kennard, second by Commissioner Carnahan. And would you like to share this with with the group, Madam Attorney?
No, ma'am.
No, the agenda is messed up again.
Oh,
So
No.
I am making an official request. I get a printed copy till this is figured out, please.
That's fine. I think that the clerk's office needs to look at this because they've been having some significant agenda issues.
Okay.
at this time, do we
don't
have any
backup
public
on something.
comment? Okay. Board, any comments?
All,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. 4-0 at this time. E13, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, accept the completed project ITB 21072 Inverness Airport FBO hangar door replacement project. B, approve and authorize the clerk's office to release the retainage amount of, and this number's different because of a number of things, $10,240 is what it should be, to the contractor Marcon Construction LLC.
May approve. Go ahead.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
First, Davis, Carnahan. Any public comment? None, seeing none. Commissioners, any comments?
I'm glad to see this is fixed because it's been an ongoing problem for years. I hope it's fixed for good. And while we're at it, kudos to Wright Rudder. That was great news in the paper on what they're bringing to Inverness Airport.
Yeah, I agree.
So I just want to say kudos to them. Congratulations. Great job.
Very exciting. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
4-0 at this time. E14, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute a contract with the State of Florida Department of Health for operation of the Citrus County Health Department contract October 1st, 2022 through September 30, 2023.
Board.
Move approve of E14.
Second.
Thank you. Carnahan, Kennard. Any public comment? Seeing none. Board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 at this time. E15.
Yes, approve and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement to provide additional insured endorsement and waiver of subrogation between Inverness Inflatables LLC and Citrus County, Florida to provide additional insurance protection to Citrus County.
Thank you.
Move approve of E15.
Second.
Thank you. Carnahan and Kennard, second. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any comment from the board? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0 at this time. E16.
Yes, I would note before we discuss this item that Core Civic has been asked to make a presentation to the board as previously asked by the board. They're trying to do it in October. They're pretty tight on the deadline, so hopefully they will provide any backup material they want by that time. We're asking you to concur with the recommendation action of non-performance assessment of $126,250 against Core Civic's August invoice.
Motion to approve item E16.
Second.
Thank you. Any public comment? Okay. Is any board comment? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Kitchen, Mr. Chairman, E11, your vote.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Where are we at?
Yeah, it's
I
public
skip-
input.
I'm so sorry. I've been
Not a
looking at you
problem.
the whole time and I'm just,
Not a problem. Yes, I don't want to go into the report because we're going to do that in October. But given the circumstances we're facing, I just wanted to let the commission that the jail is ready for this upcoming event. We have made preparations to make sure the inmates and the staff are safe and that we manage the facility properly. And as tomorrow night, myself will, there will be 24-hour management coverage at the facility. And I myself will be at the facility for the duration of the event. I just want to give you assurances that you don't have to worry about the jail because we'll be taking care of everything there. Thank you.
thank you.
So
Did
we're,
we take a vote? I
did
skipped
we?
him.
Where did we
We're going
at?
to take the vote now.
We were on E16? Did we vote? Okay, so
Okay.
you got that vote recorded. Okay, and then
Okay,
you were asking me about
Sir, your vote on E11,
aye,
E12,
aye,
E13, A
Aye.
and B,
Aye.
E14,
Aye.
and E15.
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
And
you.
I turn it back over to you
Thank you,
gladly.
Madam Vice Chair. So let's just take a break here after E16 before we move on. I'm going to ask Mr. Howard to come forward. Board, while he's coming forward, I'll tell you, I went in as the four professionals they were. They all understood where we were. I pointed out to him, just so you know, it was a 5-0 vote to make him this offer, enter in negotiations, and that hopefully we're successful, but if it's not, then it was a 5-0 vote to go with our second choice. And he's aware of that. And I also pointed out to him that our commissioner-elect and our potential commissioner also supported it. So it was a 7-0 if you look at it in that way. So
That's pretty solid.
yeah, I think that's very solid. So you got 7 out of 5. That's good
pretty
return.
good. Thank
So,
you
Mr.
so
Howard,
much.
let's give you a couple minutes. Say we hope the attorney will get in contact with you. We know you got to get back home. If you guys haven't been outside lately, the weather is completely different than when we got here. But
Oh.
It is. It's right on track.
Mr. Howard,
I'm humbled and honored. Thank you. Hopefully we can reach an agreement. And again, thank you for this opportunity, but I think your best days lie ahead for Citrus County and looking forward to be part of that and as we move Citrus County forward together. So thank you again for allowing me to be here. Thank you for your confidence in this vote. It's hard stuff. You had some great candidates. I'm just humbled to be a part of the process that you've chosen me potentially be your next county administrator. Thank you all. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me.
thank you.
And I won't let you down.
We'll be in contact. And we wrote that in quotes.
That's right. I won't let you down.
Any comments for?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh?
I was just bragging on your credentials and your contact list, and if you could just let this board know your contacts that you have and what you have accomplished in Washington, D.C. is, I said, wasn't anything that we had, and please don't make me a liar.
No, I've got strong relationships at the DC level,
Yes,
obviously, from
yes.
past projects and things like that. But part of that's relationship building. I had to work with 3 presidents.
That's what I was going
Just like
for.
I've had to work with lots of boards. So part of that is relationship building. You do deals with relationships. That's important. So I've got a lot of contacts across the country, and a lot of other folks too. But it's a team effort, bringing people together and shining this county. And I hope I could bring those resources and lessons learned to this county as well.
And sir, that is what impressed me because it was both parties that you had to deal with 3 presidents. So
Absolutely.
thank you.
There's a lot of folks you deal with, but it's
Thank
relationship building at the end of the day.
Commissioner Davis, you have a comment?
Yes, sir. You know how I started off our interview, and obviously I changed my position. And a big part of that is that you are truly impressive from start to finish. So I'm sure you'll go back and review the tape. There was quite a lot of discussion to get where we got, but as our chair just pointed out, you got 7 out of 5. So there you go.
Pretty good. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations. When I interviewed you, when and at the end of the day, when I had to do some driving and look at some things, you were it. Just like Mr. Oliver was it. And so I hope that we get in the negotiations, and I wish your county the best because I know that you're in the path also.
Yep.
So I hope that you get home safe. Take care of your people at your county, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be on the road in a couple of minutes. So thank you again. I'm humbled and looking
Commissioner
forward to
Kennard, any
talking
comments?
with you shortly.
Looking forward to hopefully putting this together and having you here in Citrus County.
Thank you. I'm looking
Be
forward
very
to
proud to call you our administrator.
I would be happy to call this home.
Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Looking
And
forward to it.
my last thing, I'll put you on the spot, and we all agree to this, the ball's in your court now.
Yep.
So we're gonna,
Thank you.
we'll
Yep.
do what we can to
Yep. I
get over
appreciate
the
it.
finish
Yep.
line, so.
I'll do my very best. So
Okay.
thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Be safe in Citrus County. Be
Safe
safe.
travels.
Thank
God
you.
bless.
Thanks so much.
I think emergency
Okay,
service
very
is coming
good.
through.
So, I won't mention names, but I got unsolicited comments from the audience as I was leaving, and I could summarize by saying, this was the board's finest hour. No, really, I mean, I think we came together good today. We did hard decisions. We did it well, and I think we got to where we hope we want to be, so.
And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that because this is one of the most important votes that I have had to do as a commissioner. And for us to all come together and, put our egos aside, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we're on E17 now, is that correct?
Did we take a vote on 16?
Yes, we did. Clerk said we did, and it was
Okay.
unanimous. So E17.
Approve and authorize chairman to sign the authorization letter and the authorization resolution. This relates to the U.S. Treasury grant portal, roles and authorizations. And B, approves submission of roles and authorization letter to OGCR.
E17 approval of A and B.
Second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan and a second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Board, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. E18, please.
Yes, E18, as you're aware, the state mandates a match for mental health. It's based on a formula. The zone or the provider for this zone is Lutheran Services. And this is to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement between Citrus County and Life Stream Development Center to provide substance abuse and mental health services in Citrus County. The agreement becomes effective upon date it's executed by the last party. The term of the agreement is for a 1-year period starting October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2023.
Commissioners.
Move approval of E16.
18.
18, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get my glasses on.
Okay.
Top of my head.
All right, so Commissioner Carnahan makes that motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Board, anything else?
I
Yes.
do, Mr. Chairman. I would like to see some kind of report in this next coming year for, from Lutheran Services, because they're monitoring the services, if I understand, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to know where we're at with them, with the live stream. Are we meeting all the benchmarks that are required? And I really don't have much information on, the evaluations, how long they are, how many they have, what's expected of them. Just for my edification, please.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It passes unanimously. Yes.
I think you're trying to have.
You trying to get me?
I was.
Yes, what we need?
It was just that I had a request to get a copy of the Lutheran Services contract, and thus far we haven't been able to get our hands on that.
Oh, you mean between them and Livestream?
Yes,
Okay. Is that because somebody won't give us to us?
I'm
or-
not sure.
Okay. So we'll keep asking?
Yes, sir.
Can you say the board?
I just wanted everyone to know that I am trying to get it.
Can you say that you brought it up and the board strenuously encouraged you to get a copy of the contract?
In addition to the records request,
Right,
yes.
Right,
Thank
okay,
you.
good, thank you. Okay, I believe we're on E19.
Yes, approve and authorize the increase of the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program standard by 10%. As you're aware, rents have been increasing. This will keep us better tuned to the market.
Move approval of E19.
Second.
Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Board, anything else?
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E20, please.
Adopt and authorize the chairman to execute a resolution authorizing execution of all necessary documents required for the acceptance of a reallocation of HUD Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing Vouchers and Funding. B, authorize the Housing Services Director to electronically sign and submit all documents required for the reallocation of HUD Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Vouchers and Funding.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve E20 A and B.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment? For the board discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E21, please.
Yes, approve and authorize the increase of Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Voucher Program payment standard by 20%.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve E21.
Is there a
Second.
second? Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there public comment? For the board discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. E22, please.
Yes, E20 to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the interlocal agreement between Citrus County and Hernando County titled Interlocal Agreement between the two counties for for fire rescue mutual aid. It was approved by the Board of County Commissioners of Hernando County on August the 9th. These are pretty typical.
Move approval E22.
Second.
Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Comments from the public? Board, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E23, please.
Yes, let me give you a little background on this. We ordered, when we took over the ambulance service from Nature Coast, we ordered 6 ambulances. None of them have come in to date. We do not expect them, in all likelihood, to arrive until the end of this calendar year or the first of next calendar year. We have had the opportunity to buy a demo ambulance that they've used for sales purposes. And this will be funded out of next year, but we're asking permission to buy it now because if we don't get it, somebody else is going to take it. So we're recommending A, approve and authorize fire rescue to move forward. This is budgeted for next year. Approve and authorize fire rescue to move forward with the purchase of an Ostage Super Warrior on an F550 4x4 diesel chassis, further described in proposal number J33259, and then B, approve and authorize chairman to execute equipment proposal number J3259.
Board?
Move approval of E23AB.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Carnahan.
I'll second it. I do have a question about it.
Okay, second by Commissioner Kennard. What's your question, sir?
The ambulance that we're buying, is this similar to the ambulances we've ordered?
I think Mr. Stevens is here, but the answer to that, I believe, is yes. But it is one chassis level or engine size greater, and it is a 4-wheel drive, but we think that's prudent in light of everything going on right now.
Yes, sir. This is the closest demo that we could find that is in relation to the same ambulances that we'll be purchasing. And of course, it's under the Florida Sheriff's bid contract.
Okay. All right, that was it.
Commissioner?
Is this the only 4-wheel drive we have?
We have 2 on order.
Okay, okay.
But this would be the 3rd one.
Okay, all right. I don't have a problem with that, but I'm like Commissioner Kennard.
Okay, yes, ma'am?
What about that big truck? Is it not,
That's a brush truck.
and isn't
Yes.
it, I mean, it can get in
Yeah,
all
it's 4-wheel
places.
drive also, yes, yes.
Can
Yeah,
get all
This is
places.
just a rescue.
Just want to make sure we're consistent.
To
It can get in all places.
Okay, anything else? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this? Any further commissioner discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E24, please.
Yes, E24 approve changes to the Citrus County Community Charitable Foundation, Inc., and concur with bylaws. B, authorize the chairman to execute the certificate confirming approval of the amended and restated bylaws. We have no objection to what they're asking for.
Okay, commissioners?
Move approval of E24AB.
Second.
Okay. The second by, motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any commissioner discussion? Is the only thing they're changing on this is item C? Is that the way I read this? What's in red is the change?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that makes sense.
This does not match this. So
Uh-huh.
I finally found it,
Uh-huh.
and I can answer any questions because I certainly voted for this as a member of the board.
So the only thing is the term limits don't apply to the BOCC's appointee?
No, there's quite a bit more to it.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's lots of term limit changes.
Okay.
Because
Oh,
consistency on the
okay.
board is a good thing, but
Mhm.
the biggest thing
Mhm.
is the amount that we can award because CF came to us for a pulmonary program, and we kind of ran into a pickle with our limits on what we could give because it's not true this year, but last year we had a lot of money to give away. And so we raised the limit from 250 to 500, and anything over 500 requires a sole member to vote in favor of it as well, which is the hospital board.
Okay.
We also deleted buildings from our barred list. So we cannot build roads, but we can build buildings if we so choose.
Okay, great. Yeah, I
So-
see that now in the follow.
So there's some pretty substantial, there's been a lot of discussions on this
Mhm.
and some pretty substantial debates led to this, and these are equally substantial changes, so.
Good, very good. Okay, so, yes, ma'am.
In addition to what the commissioner said, they are making some substantial changes, but the only one that this board has any authority over is the one in paragraph C. So we both were saying the same thing,
Right. So the ones
just
that-
differently.
Right, okay. Saying the same thing differently. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And that passes unanimously. E25, please.
Yes, the sheriff's office is asking to approve and authorize the chairman to execute the agreement subject to an agreement being submitted and approved by the county attorney's office between Citrus County Sheriff's Office and Motorola for the upgrade of T1 lines to Ethernet. B, subject to approval of Motorola Solutions Agreement, approved a budget resolution of $266,242 from a fund source to upgrade the T1 lines to Ethernet. The sheriff's office has asked that this be funded out of ARPA funds, which is going to be the next item you're going to discuss. We have two issues with it. Number one is we thought it would have been more appropriate to include at a minimum with the June 1st budget request, because here we are in August, and we think it should have come up before now. But the second thing is, with the changes that you all approved and spent $3 million for upgrading the 911 center, we question why it wasn't scoped out at that time and included as part of that upgrade. As I say, we think it's necessary. We also think that there are other ways to get the hardware upgrades anyway done less expensively.
So, is this the old, we're stuck between we have to do it, or even though we're not happy with the way it came about, or is this something that we don't have to do?
Well, the question that I don't know is whether Motorola has to do the upgrades to the towers, or a private vendor can do it and they can just do the oversight. I mean, and I don't know the answer to that. That's a better question for the sheriff's department. But if we were going to do it, we would contract for those items separately and not funnel it through a master contract like this, because we believe the price is a little higher than we think it should be.
Three good points. Why didn't it happen in June? Why didn't the $3 million cover it? Seems like we're getting nickeled and dimed to death with this. And then the other thing is just like that. Why would it be included under a master? So three good questions. Anybody want to take?
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity, board members. My name's David Harvey. I am the interim 911 coordinator with the Sheriff's Office, recently appointed. And speaking to the $3 million upgrade, that was before my time. I can't speak to why that wasn't included. I can say I was in on the meeting where we discussed originally that it needed to be done. That occurred after the June budget deadline. It was on, I believe, August 8th. It had been discussed previously with previous 911 coordinators. It was figured into a long-term, I believe it was a 5 to a 7-year plan, but those coordinators had departed the agency and the plans had somewhat followed them and hadn't been implemented there after we found replacements. So this meeting came about. We were told that there was going to be a critical system update that was happening. It was already scheduled in May, and that this was going to become a requirement of that system update, that the current data paths that we're traveling on are no longer supported by Motorola or their equipment. So the two options that we were faced with were forego the system update, which obviously is going to open us up to a lot of security vulnerability, and it's going to take us out of our current standing with having the most recent software in that radio system. Or we could proceed, try to go forward with updating the equipment and moving into a Ethernet setup instead of a T1 setup.
So, to me, again, I'm not trying to second guess what you're doing. I certainly appreciate you weren't there when all this happened.
Yes, sir.
But it seems to me like I can't believe we went from $1 million to $2 million to $3 million and go, oh, and by the way, this isn't in there. You know, so
If I could just address that real quick. What you're referring to is a computer-aided dispatch system, a CAD system. This is the radio system. Those are two separate systems.
But it's
So-
Motorola, right?
It's the same company, but they're two different systems. The radio system is what we use to talk two-way to our units out in the road. The CAD system is what we use to input the information and to gather. So it's the same company, but those are two different systems that you're speaking of. The system that we're talking about now with the radio system was something that the county put in play years ago and put a lot of money into our radio system. We came to a point now where in order to upgrade the system with the antiquated components to the system, we have to move forward. We cannot do any more upgrades or for security purposes without this moving forward. So this is not the same as the CAD system, just to clarify that.
Which leads back to Motorola when they were sitting in the audience and we asked, why didn't this information come up when we were having this discussion? So did you have any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
I think Motorola's sitting here, so maybe they can come up and talk to us about it. But, Mr. Chair, you got your Madam Attorney's.
Yes.
Sorry, that last speaker didn't identify
I'm
themselves.
sorry, could you give us your
and
name?
Sorry, my name is Mike Story. I'm the communications manager for the sheriff's office. I oversee the 911 portion as well.
And I would also just like to say, remember, we're talking about sensitive matters.
Right. So I'm talking more about policy issues. If we needed this, why didn't we know about it then? That's the issue. Nothing like going through the budget process and going, okay, surprise, now we need this, you know? So, you said they're looking for ARPA for this money? That's what the projection?
Yes, and the next item has to do with discuss the revised ARPA project list, and you're gonna need to include it if that's how you wanna fund it.
Okay.
And we haven't seen any type of draft of what terms and conditions or anything are gonna be included with this.
So they want us to approve this and authorize the chairman to sign it without seeing exactly what it is that we're approving?
It's
or-
subject to the approval of the county attorney.
And I just, those contracts are sometimes very tedious
Mhm.
with standard terms and conditions. So hopefully we'll be able to negotiate something that we can live with in the terms and conditions.
Okay, well, I'm just very uncomfortable with this being thrown on us, saying we have to do this and surprise, and we have to do it. And I know that's not on you guys, you know, but
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I agree 100%, and I really agree that I'm really uncomfortable with this, with not having a contract in our attorney's hands to look at. That's where I've got a major issue. I know that we need some upgrades and things like that, but until there's a contract that's going to be put in our county attorney's hands where she can look at and we can understand the terms, I'm not voting for this.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Unless it's something that has to be done today, I'd like to see us table this because not only would I like for the attorney to be comfortable with the contract, but I'd like to look at some other funding options as well.
Great.
We keep going right back to that ARPA money. We're decreasing our list of potential utility projects that we can do. And I would like to look and see if there are other places where we can look for other pots where we can look for that money.
Agree with Commissioner.
Is this something that can't wait 3 weeks?
You want to speak to that?
I'm not opposed to
think
funding
Mo-
it.
Right.
I want to get there, but
Right.
I think Motorola did what they did the last time and said, we're gonna give you a better price if you do it yesterday versus tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And I
Correct.
think they've done something similar on this, but you all can elaborate on that.
Correct, yes. And hopefully they'll work with us to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
is Motorola here? Can we ask them
Well, that's
questions?
up to them. I don't know if they want to negotiate at the podium or not, but
I don't
it's,
want to negotiate, I want to ask a question.
it's up to you all.
Rob Richardson, Senior Account Manager, Motorola Solutions.
Thank you, sir. I'm just curious, this is for the radios, the,
The radio system, yes,
Yes.
ma'am, the infrastructure that the
Ye-
county owns.
okay, and I don't understand, I just need to, somebody to explain to me why this wasn't put into the budget for June 1st. Why is it coming to us now in September?
I can't speak to the county's budgeting process or the sheriff's budgeting process. I can tell you that this was presented to the former radio system manager going back all the way to 2018, and has been brought up several times since then. I started with Motorola in 2020, and I know I have been part of several discussions about this since then. To circle back to the board's question about why wasn't this included in like the 911 upgrade, the 911 upgrade is separately funded statutorily, and you can't commingle 911 dollars and radio dollars is how that goes. So we couldn't cover some of the expense for this current upgrade with 911 dollars, and if the board recalls, that was grant funded, so we were kind of limited on what we could use that money for.
Yeah, the only problem I have with that is that's how it ends up spending. But when it comes to budgeting, you just can't say, oh, by the way, surprise, $266,000 that we didn't tell you we're going to need. Now all of a sudden we need it. So it might be where the different funds come from, like what Commissioner Kennard is saying, that if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. But this board, I can tell you, do not like having things like this thrown on us at the last minute, then telling us this is where they want the money to come from without us having the opportunity to make that decision. So you guys at your company decide how you operate or whatever. Are we still not making, Mr. Oliver, are we still not making payments on this radio system? Is this not the one that we cost millions and millions and millions of dollars that?
I can't answer that.
I believe we are.
I will say this, that in my opinion, that was an inaccurate statement because the board elected to fund this a third out of fire reserves, a third out of EMS, and a third out of capital. So none of this money came out of any 911 fund.
We're talking about two different things. The last thing that I was referring to was the Vesta 911 call processing equipment that was grant funded. The board did give the 911 previous 911 coordinator permission to proceed requesting a grant. And Mr. Kitchen, you called me out directly and said this is 100% grant funded, which we worked with your staff to get that 100% grant funded. Now, what Mr. Oliver is talking about is computer-aided dispatch. Again, something totally separate than what I was referring to.
Okay. Well, we're still getting down to the bottom line here. We're spending other people's money, and we can't do it without notice, So perhaps ARPA is the way to go. Perhaps it's not. Perhaps there's other ways to fund it. We want to make sure you all have what you have. My frustration just comes from how much is it going to take? Oh, $1 million. Okay, well, now it's $2 million. Oh, now it's $3 million. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't cover everything. That's where my frustration comes in on this. After we spend $3 million of taxpayers' money and then to be told, oh, by the way, this isn't included, maybe not the way you break up your products or your contracts or whatever, but when it comes to the entire budget picture, that money has to come from someplace. And my question would be, everybody using this ARPA money is found money. If that wasn't there and you needed this, where's the money coming from to fund it? So
Understood.
That's my concern, is the timing of the funding request. So.
We have tried to communicate this, but you've had a little bit of staff turnover, and it seems as though the larger projects, such as the computer-aided dispatch, such as the 911 system, has taken precedent because they were immediate needs, where this was more of the long-term plan.
I'm going to have to argue with that. We were told for years about the 911 system. And Mr. Oliver kept saying, don't forget, the sheriff's going to want $1 million next year for 911. And then it was like, don't forget, the sheriff's going to need $2 million next year. So we've been talking about that for years. It wasn't like that took the top position. And I don't want to get into arguing with you about it. It's just, we shouldn't be doing this. That's all I'm saying, is when it comes to things like this should have been ironed out ahead of time. The attorney should have saw the contract. Any questions that the commissioners had about this should be answered, and it shouldn't just be thrown on our agenda and say, by the way, that's nothing against you all. I mean, you're just doing your jobs. I understand that. I'm just having a problem with the way we got here. Yes, sir.
Mr. Oliver, so how much communication have they had with y'all?
This first came to our attention when they sent it over about 3 weeks ago.
Thank you.
But to be clear, that's the sheriff's office communicating with the board. That's not Motorola communicating with the sheriff's office.
Well, that's a communication issue between the sheriff's office and your all's firm, not
the board.
But the first we heard about this was like 3 weeks ago. I can pull the email up.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Historically, you recognize that all of this has to come through my office.
Absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely.
So at some point, maybe you raise your hand and say, hey, guys, this has to get to the county. And so what I've been told is this had to be rushed because the prices are going up. Is that true? Is that what you've told the sheriff's office, that if it doesn't get done by October 1, that the prices are going up?
No, the date is October 29th, and that we can't hold pricing for more than 90 days on any project right now.
So that's the reason, Chairman, that it's here now is because we're trying to meet Motorola's price increase deadline.
Okay, so go ahead.
Before October 29th, is there any reason, I mean, why we can't revisit this at our next meeting to iron some of this stuff out and get it done?
On the 18th, right? That'd be the next meeting?
Sure.
Is that an issue?
And we're happy to work with your office. We've been following a certain communication protocol, and due to some staff changes, it appears that we could have done a better job over communicating in this case with some absences or departures.
They always tell us my office needs over communication. So
Understood. We will
you're
definitely-
agreeing with what everyone else says.
We will definitely work to improve our communication cadence with not only your office, but with the sheriff's office to avoid these going forward.
Yeah, the bottom line is, the board does not want to hear from their administrator and their attorney, we just found out about this 3 weeks ago. That's not a good position for us to be in. Maybe you were telling other people that, maybe these guys weren't in the pipeline at that time, so that's what we got to get worked out. We got to have
Yes,
a
sir.
little bit smoother flow of funding here. Because like I said, if this is required, and if we do go to ARPA, and if the ARPA funds weren't there, where's the money coming from? You know, those are those issues. And that puts a lot of pressure on the attorney when we say, we'll agree to it if the attorney does, and then what happens down the road if we don't like it? We can go, well, the attorney made a bad decision, you know. Right. So that's why I don't think we like doing that. So with that said, is there a problem waiting till the 18th, like Commissioner Kennard wanted to do?
I'll speak on behalf of Motorola. I don't have any problems waiting to the 18th to work on this.
When can you get an agreement to the county attorney for review?
I will work on making that happen early next week.
Is that good? Is that good? If they do that, can we get it in front of us by the 18th?
We can, because I think what it is an amendment to an existing contract. So it should just be an addendum, and hopefully it's not going to have all of the language in there that says our standard terms and conditions, which you have to go to this website, to this website, to this website. Hopefully it'll be a nice, concise, easy looking
And will it
document.
also address Commissioner Kennard's concern, but we'll have time to look at other funding aspects? We can do that as well.
Sure. You'll be in the new fiscal year, so you got a lot more options.
Okay, great. Gentlemen, is that a problem with you guys? To wait till the 18th that we get this ironed out?
No, sir. And again, like I said, I apologize. We kind of took up after and took the ball. And so obviously, yes, you're just going to get it 3 weeks from us because that's when we
I know.
kind of came to it.
You don't need to
So,
apologize. You guys have much bigger things to worry about than ARPA funds and stuff
we
like that. So
will, we'll work with Motorola and we'll get that back.
Great. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks for working with us on that. So we're going to bring that back at the next board meeting. Is that the plan on E25? No action needed?
That will be fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Let's move on to E26 then.
Okay, E26, we've given you the ARPA projects with updated costs. Okay, and at the bottom of that sheet, you will see available balance as it stands now is $1,068,000. Please note some of those costs have changed. Our recommendation would be to go with the Holder pump station only, and then the line can be run out there in 12 months. The longest lead time right now is the sewage pump station, but we have given you the cost as we estimate right now to run sewer all the way up to Holder and be ready to operate. But we think the better approach perhaps would be to do the pump station and connect the line when a client comes in and there's somebody, because it's going to take them a while to do the road, plat it, and construct whatever they're going to construct. So we'd be looking we have reserved the $2 million that the board previously committed for LifeStream. So we've done that. It includes Cardinal and a number of other sewer projects. And Ken's available to speak to any of this if need be.
So this is your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Board, what's
Move approval.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan moves approval.
E25.
With the Holder pump station?
26.
Oh, I'm sorry, E26 with the Holder pump station. Is E26 or 25?
25 was the T1 upgrade that we
That
postponed.
20,
till-
I got 24 as a T1 upgrade.
Yeah,
Yes.
The clerk's having major
All right,
problems
so
with
if it's
the,
E26, that's fine.
I'm going
With
by
the-
what I've been
with
going,
the-
but all day I
with the
got.
pump station, because I do believe if we get that pump station up there, we can. You guys are closer to getting that to a Holder Industrial Park moving forward.
Okay. So I'm on E26, which is
All right,
American
I'm doing
Rescue
it now.
Projects, okay? Okay, so with that, was there, we haven't got to 27 or 28 yet. Is there, so you made that motion, correct?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so was there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner, so motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that's unanimous. Now we have the two add-ons, E27, Mr. Oliver?
Yeah.
yes. This is, requires us to sign some forms to be able to get a payment from the insurance company. And I like to get money in the bank as quickly as we can.
Move approval of E27.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes motion to approve E27.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. E28, please.
Yes, E28 is just a change in the sponsor for the drone racing championship. The Citrus Springs Civic Association pulled out. There was discussion about going to another group. They could not get the insurance, so they went with the drone racing group that's doing it. It's Malta GP Inc. We're comfortable with their insurance, and have executed the agreement. All the other terms remain the same. There is a fee waiver on this, and it's negligible. The dates are October 20th and 21st.
All right.
Motion to approve item E28.
Okay.
A and B.
I'm gonna give that to Commissioner Schleybaugh because she remembered to say Mr. Chairman first. So
Oh,
I
I
got,
bet you didn't say A and B.
Okay, would you like to second on that, Commissioner
I
Kennard?
will, I'll second it.
Okay, so is there any public comment? Further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. I believe we are now to item F.
There are no changes to item F.
No changes to item F, so we don't need any action. Item G1.
Mr. Chair, real quick, Mr. Oliver.
Yes, sir.
Is there any need to do this? Because the next meeting is still after the realignment, and the board will already be realigned.
They
on it.
said that they wanted a new person.
But there's nothing going on.
I can't, I'm going by what they said they wanted.
No, I understand, but I still feel this is a new board's decision.
fine
I mean,
if that's
because
what-
again, we just had our board meeting. And there's nothing until December. So to me, they're rushing into this and I don't know why
That's
Valerie
fine.
didn't want that because decisions have been made.
Yeah, they sent an
No,
email
I
requesting,
seen
and
the
that's why we
email
put it
and
on.
I actually said something off. Hey, just wait till the realignment and let the new board do what they need
Based
to do.
on that, then I think you can wait and we can
Yeah, I
communicate
think
that
so.
if that's the direction of the board.
I think so. Yeah.
Commissioner Carnahan, you're a representative on that board and the only one that's ever been on there. So
And again,
what do you?
everything's done. I'm really aggravated at Gulf Coast Council, okay, because we've had projects in and we're not getting money. Others aren't getting money. It's funny, Mr. Jones, actually, when he was the administrator, when they had the Gulf Coast Consortium in Walton Beach, said the same thing. I think dealing with Gulf Coast Council is worse than dealing with the Treasury Department. And I am very frustrated. I and some others voiced our opinion very strongly about that. I'm tired of this. We should be getting our money. We should be starting projects and moving forward.
Are the consultants getting paid?
Yes, but it's not them.
Oh.
It's not the consultant. Randy can vie to this. It's the Gulf Coast Council.
The Gulf Coast Council's comprised of 5 representatives from each state and 4 federal appointees. The Gulf Coast, all the other states, it's done at the state level. Florida, it's done at the county level, not the state level. There was a lot of consternation about that when it was originally done. And my personal opinion is that I'm not convinced that the Gulf Coast Council particularly appreciates having to deal with 23 counties.
And that you hit the nail on the head, and Commissioner Kennard. That's why it is not fair. But unfortunately, that's what we're going through. It was expressed to me that we're hoping to have some money maybe by December. Okay, so with
So-
that being said, but
so
it's
it's
very
your-
frustrating when these projects have been in and we're not getting funding, okay? And all our stuff, one thing I can say about Citrus County and a bunch of other counties, our stuff's together, our staff has done a great job, Randy's done a great job, and we should be getting our funding, period.
So it's your recommendation that
You just
this-
wait.
the new board during reorganization?
Yes, they
does
do
that?
it then, because there's nothing there until December, so there's no reason.
We'll put it on the reorg list.
Okay.
Fine, that
Put
reason
it
makes
on the
sense.
reorg, okay. G2,
This is to confirm David Harvey, which is the sheriff's recommendation. He spoke earlier as the 911 coordinator. As you're aware, the previous 911 coordinator left the employment of the sheriff's office, and they're asking that Mr. Harvey be appointed and notify the state as appropriate of that.
Move approval of G2.
okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Slaybaugh. Is there any public comment? Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, passed unanimously. Let's see, we have finished. Nothing else, Mr. Oliver? You just said just two
No,
items?
sir.
I believe we are now up to advisory appointments. I don't believe we have any, do we? Not that I saw. No appointments, so that takes us to committee reports. Who would like to begin, if anybody has
I'll
any?
jump out there.
Okay.
We had our it would be my last Gulf Coast Sorter Board, and I just expressed to you what I expressed to that board, and there's some others that expressed very angry, not angry, but very disappointed that this funding that these counties are applying for, and they have done a good job with their planning, and is not coming down quicker. And again, that's why. Now, and I know they had a conference, and our consultants were going out there to do some of this addressing, but hopefully we're going to get some funding by December. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Very good.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I had a water authority board meeting, and let's see, Commissioner Bryant, our chair, was unable to make it, so the second in command got to sit in the chair and run the meeting. It took all of about 20 minutes to get through our agenda, and I had the pleasure of signing a check to Marion County for about $17,000 for something. So it's money that Citrus County utility customers pay to this water authority board, quasi-governmental board, and then they redistribute it to other counties. So that's my report.
Commissioner Davis?
I'd love to hear more about what Commissioner Kennard thinks of the Water Authority Board. I'm not sure you
You
made that
will
clear
for the
yet.
next 2 years.
I sat on, the NACO committee en route to Miami for the FAC. And had my first board meeting as FAC board member. And then, other than that, I did have another actual committee meeting, I thought. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm looking at my calendar. My apologies. Madam Vice Chair, you did an excellent job when the chairman left, and my apologies for the kerfluffle. But it is really disconcerting to have the printed agenda not match the online agenda. I'm just
Definitely
saying.
different.
So my apologies for the disturbance.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And I'm good.
Thank you. I went to the FAC, and I was reassigned the, Finance, Tax, and Administration Committee, and I also, talked about the Gulf Coast Consortium at the time, and they said, "Why didn't your board appoint you? We aren't doing appointments." And I said, "Well, we were waiting until the reorganization." So, I did, sit in the first meeting with, when Commissioner Kennard, when I was first elected, Carnahan, when I was first elected. So, we'll see how that goes in November. And,
Good committee to be on.
yes, and other than that, there's a hurricane out there, so I'm gonna hold my thoughts.
In your prayers.
All right, everybody wrapped up then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Except for you, your
Yeah,
committee.
and we need the rain. So, thank you. Did you have something?
Just we have things for the chairman to sign.
Oh, yeah, I won't take off until after we get done, so. Okay, so let's see, Commissioner Carnahan.
Kick it to Commissioner Kennard.
What's
I'm
that?
good. I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Kennard, item L1.
Yes, before I get started with that, I know that we've all received an email from Representative Masulo, and he had asked that be read. Do you want me to read that out loud, Mr. Chair, or?
It's your item. You do
Okay.
what you wish.
All right. He took the time to write the letter. I'd like to read it for the public to hear before we have a discussion about my agenda item. It says, Dear Chairman, first let me apologize for not being able to join you in person today. The approaching storm has dictated that I close my practice on Wednesday and Thursday, so I have moved up all the patient care for this week so that I can perform it on Tuesday. In recent years, our community and state, as well as our entire nation, has seen a surge in mental health issues. Many individuals, including children, for a multitude of reasons we are just beginning to address, are being Baker acted each day. This new facility will directly help the citizens of Citrus and Hernando counties efficiently and effectively as we keep these much needed services local. I know that Commissioner Kennard has an item on the agenda to discuss the Baker Act facility proposed by Lifestream for Citrus County. As you may be aware, we were successful in obtaining a $2 million state grant for this facility. The money will be appropriated directly to Lifestream, and the Department of Children and Families will execute an agreement, require them to provide Baker Act beds for a 15-year period of time. The amount at risk for Lifestream will be proportionately reduced each year until after 15 years of successful performance, the obligation will be retired. I believe Hernando County has committed to providing an additional $2 million for the project and is happy to use the same method of control over the appropriation as the state. I want to urge you to give direction to your attorney to draft an agreement with Lifestream modeled on the state agreement to contribute $2 million to this project. $2 million from Citrus County combined with $2 million from each. The state and Hernando County will provide $6 million of the $12 million project cost. Lifestream has agreed to fund the additional $6 million. A great many people have worked several years to make this Baker Act facility possible. With your positive action today, I am convinced that this needed facility will break ground next year and become a reality for the people of Citrus County. It is a privilege and honor for me to address this commission because I know each one of you care about your county and our people. You know the primary goal of government is to serve their citizens and make their lives better. Thank you for considering this worthy, much-needed project. It will make our county better for all of us. Please stay safe over the next few days. In service, Ralph Masulo, Jr., MD. The reason that I felt that it was important to read that out loud, I'm sure that each of us read the letter that was emailed to us, but there are a number of people out there that are saying, you're giving money away. If you don't own the facility after 15 years, you're just giving away our money. No, we're not. We're providing a service for a minimum of 15 years. It may very well go beyond that. My agenda item today, as you've all seen, is to give direction to the attorney to join these other partners who are trying to make this thing happen. I don't believe that government, we absolutely must be good stewards of the money, but I don't think that government should be in the business of building and acquiring assets, but providing service to the community. Hernando County is on board, as you heard. DCF is on board. Hopefully, Citrus County will be on board with this new proposal, and then hopefully the hospital trustees would find a way to follow our lead and get involved. And as a group of concerned bodies, we all make this finally happen. There's no doubt in my mind that we can find 100 reasons why we shouldn't do it. But there's also many, many, many very important reasons why we need to do it. Getting a Baker Act facility has been a a priority of this board since one of our, I don't know if it came up at a retreat or the big gathering of all the governing bodies, but getting a mental health care facility, a Baker Act facility here in the county has been a priority for a long time. We've talked about it. Unfortunately, we've run into too many barriers rather than just challenges and overcome those challenges. What I'm asking is that, again, that this board would give direction to the county attorney to, if it's just modeling a contract after what Hernando County is putting together, but find a way to get this money. You saw earlier in our list of ARPA projects, the money's already allocated out of those ARPA funds. Let's get that money to Livestream to make this project happen.
Okay, so if I understand kind of where you're going with this, is it's not, in your mind, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is not like a capital expenditure. This is more like a grant. Okay, in other words, you don't see that what you're proposing is this is not where we're going to give them this money, they're going to use it for their corporate benefit, and then when they leave, they have a building and $2 million of our money. You're saying the $2 million is our contribution for providing this service for over 15 years. Is that kind of reading between the lines of what you're saying?
Yes, I think if Livestream, if we had no relationship to Livestream whatsoever, came out of the blue and said, we will build a mental health care facility, a 60-bed mental health care facility with a Baker Act facility in your county, and it's going to cost you, we will commit to running it for 15 years. And it's going to cost you, I mean, just math off the top of my head, of it, $150,000 a year. Would you enter into that agreement with us? Let's hope that Livestream's operating this facility for the next 30 years. I don't know how long they've been over in Lake County or in Leesburg in that area, but let's hope that it's well beyond 15 years. But they're committing to making sure that any time should they fail to have that contract before that 15 years, then that responsibility, there's still some financial responsibility there. At 15 years, the state is okay with it, DCF's okay with it, Hernando County's okay with it. I think that I hope, reading between the lines, I think that as long as we're okay with it, that the hospital board hopefully will be okay with it. That we are finally getting a state-of-the-art residential mental health care facility built in this county. Now, Hernando County, at that meeting that Bill Grant talked about, their administrator and deputy administrator both said that their board has already said, we will give $2 million. They're giving $2 million to this project to be built outside of their county and are okay with the 15 years, only for adolescent children's beds. Because their kids right now, when their kids are being Baker Acted, they're being sent to Daytona Beach, Volusia County. I mean, can you imagine if your child has already got issues and now they're loaded up and they're Baker Act over in Volusia County? You're in Hernando County, maybe trying to keep a household together, and now you got to try and get over there to see what's happening. That is why their community is willing to put this $2 million towards a facility that's not even in their county.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There's no doubt that this is important and I want to get there, but I just need a little help getting there. So, that being said, for the people watching this, or I don't see many public in the audience, but we're going to give a company $2 million to build a building.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's an investment of taxpayer money, $2 million. So looking at it as a group of investors are giving $2 million to a company to build this building. And then in 15 years, instead of getting a return on the money, we would have to rebuy it back. That's where I'm having the problem.
You're missing the return. The return is along the way.
But we're along the way, we're paying for services.
We're not, I mean, we contribute so much per year, but we're gonna do that regardless of if this facility is built or not. The return is you're missing the 15 years of return of mental health care and Baker Act facility right here in the county. That's your return. The return is not having to have a deputy drive all the way, the next county over, 2 counties over, and then wait there while that Baker Act is being processed. So there are lots of returns. It's not an investment to get money back at the end of this thing, okay? Whenever that end might be. It is putting money into it so that we can improve the mental health care in our county, which is desperately needed. We're gonna pay for it one way or the other. We're either going to pay to have a facility built here. We're going to help these other partners build a facility here, or we're gonna pay to be sending our people to other counties around the state when they're Baker Acted.
And I appreciate that. I'm just trying to get to the fact that if this was another service that was greatly needed, I don't know that we would give $2 million to a company of taxpayer money, and I need you to get me there.
I don't know, I don't know how else to, if it were a hospital, okay, a nonprofit hospital, and we didn't have a hospital here, okay, and a company comes to us and says, we will build you a hospital, but we need X amount of dollars to make this happen from you, and we will commit to operating that hospital for the next 15 years. If we don't, each year along the way, this is what that return figure is. It is providing a needed service for our community.
But that return figure is the way it was explained to me is, okay, say they don't do it for the 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
In 10 years, the amount goes down, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was told then we have to pay that remainder that's left.
No, whatever's left is what, if they lose the contract in year 1, they would owe us that $2 million. If they lose the contract in year 2, it's less than that.
Yeah,
If they lose it in year 5, it's less. Or year 12 or 13, it's a diminishing amount over the 15 years. And again, I could sit up here and argue the other side of this. We can find all the reasons we want to not do it. And then 2, 3, 4 years from now, we can be sitting up here going, how do we get a Baker Act facility built in this county? You've got other entities lined up. The state's already stepped up. Hernando County, what I didn't finish was at that meeting, the Hernando County Administrator and Deputy Administrator both said they had direction from their board to put this $2 million into this facility. If this doesn't happen, to work on another facility in their own county for the kids' beds. They are that committed to making it happen.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I'll tell you the $1 million question that I caught this morning from Mr. Grant. Why wasn't our administrator at that meeting? Why wasn't he invited to that meeting? That's where we got deputy administrator and administrator from Hernando County, but our administrator wasn't even invited to that meeting. That's what's disturbing me. I want to get here on this Baker Act facility. That's bullshit that he wasn't there.
Hang on just a second. Are you sure he wasn't? Because I know our county attorney was invited.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm sure he wasn't there.
But that doesn't mean he wasn't invited.
Thank you, sir.
I can tell you that our county attorney was invited.
Why wasn't why was an administrator and a deputy administrator from another county invited and our own administrator wasn't in that meeting? That's what I got.
Well, that's fine. That doesn't help us move the needle.
It
doesn't
helps.
help us move the ball forward.
So you're telling me that our administrator that helps represent this board wasn't invited to that meeting, okay?
I don't know.
He just admitted it. That's what Commissioner, I'm willing to work with you to get there.
Right.
Okay? But it really doesn't look good in the public.
Right.
Okay? When our administrator just admitted and I knew he wasn't there, wasn't invited to the meeting. Why? That's the question I have. I'm willing to get there.
Yeah.
But it looks bad in the public when we're wanting to give $2 million up and I get your return.
Yeah.
Okay. And if they go belly up within a certain amount, we can buy the building and money reverts back. I get that. But it's I'm a backroomish that our administrator was not sitting in there representing us along with you.
Mr. Chairman.
Just a second. Want to make sure Commissioner Carhan's done.
That's all I got to say.
Okay,
I'm
you wanna comment
that's
to
not.
that?
Without having the emails back and forth, I am not 100% convinced who was invited, who was not. I can tell you that I did have a conversation with our county attorney, and she felt that it was not appropriate for her to be there.
Okay. So was Hernando County's attorney there?
No.
All right, there you go. So we're inviting our attorney, but we're not inviting their attorney. We're inviting their administration, but we're not inviting our administration.
I don't know, and neither do you, if they invited their attorney. I mean, we don't know.
Commissioner Kennard, come on now. I'm not. I may have thought what was the term? I may be dumb, but I'm not plumb dumb.
Oh, no.
Without having that stack of emails in front of me, there was nothing secret, nothing behind the scenes going on here. I can't tell you who was on the invite list. I was invited to go. I had a conversation with our county attorney. She said she did not feel that it was appropriate for her to be there.
Okay.
I went, I had a conversation with Randy about it, that I was going to listen to what the proposal was.
All right.
Commissioner Slaybaugh.
Well, I was just wondering why you were invited and not the chair. And I also was wondering if the county attorney went, but you answered that. Thank you.
Okay. How does this, or does it not, dovetail with the fact that we can't get the information from Lutheran services that we've been asking for?
I don't know.
See, that's my problem with this. Okay, I don't know. I'm just kind of look through this because on one hand, I can buy what you say.
I'm with you.
Let's just make it real simple. It's not about building a building. Okay, it's about providing a service. Okay, so one way to say it is we're going to hire somebody for the county to do a job, and we've determined over 15 years we're going to pay them $2 million. That's it. Okay.
Right.
So if we look at it that way, but not as buying a building, okay, then I don't have a problem with the argument.
Yeah.
But where I kind of come in on this is I too don't like having our group cut out of the discussion, and I find it particularly troubling when we make requests because LifeStream only has the contract as long as Lutheran Service gives it to them, right? So we replaced the previous provider with LifeStream. So what is the holdup with getting a copy of the contract that we've been asking for? Because to me, that's the whole thing. I mean, LifeStream only keeps the contract as long as Lutheran Service gives it to them. And if we ask and cannot get a copy of the contract, that's what gives me pause. You know, if this was all transparent, I'd say, great argument, Commissioner Kennard, let's do it, have no problem with it. But when there's all this, you know, if you ask a question, to me, it's an opportunity to get an answer rather than, you know, stuffing them under. And I don't think, I understand your motives completely, and I agree with them. But now I'm coming back, and I can buy into that's why I said, if we were buying a building and giving it away to somebody, I get the same argument, right? Why are we giving taxpayer dollars to a private group? But your argument that I'm hearing is that we're not doing that. We're hiring them for a service, where we're contributing to the expansion of the service, or we're paying for the convenience of having the service, which is what Hernando is doing. Okay, so I get that. I just don't like being in this 75% information loop and being out of the other 25%. I guess that's my concern. But again, to what you're saying, what you're asking for, to bring this in for a landing, if we can, what you're asking for is you want us to give the attorney the direction to draft an agreement using the Hernando County as a model. That's kind of what you started with. And the attorney has her hand up. Yes.
I have something I want to talk about other than this particular point you just raised.
Okay.
And that would be, in all disclosure, the request for the Lutheran Services contract, I believe, came because we did the earlier contract today where we pay them almost $1 million to provide a service, and their benchmarks in that contract percentages of evaluations that have to be completed. My understanding is our staff has been attempting to work with Livestream to ensure their compliance with that contract. One of the provisions of the contract you approved earlier today is that they will work to, it's part of that contract that they are going to get the facility to provide the services. And so I believe that the request for the Lutheran service contract had to do with that contract. I can't be sure because it was just a request for the contract, but I think that that's why that contract was asked for. And in fairness, I think it was just asked for last week, but the response that we got back was, well, you're going to have to make a public records request.
See, that's not
And so-
the kind of warm, cozy, cooperative feeling I get when I hear that. You know, so.
So that's, from what I understand, that secondary, more formal request is being made. So that's that. As far as Commissioner Kennard's statement that the direction is to do an agreement similar to Hernando County, I have to say that I've been meeting weekly with the attorneys for Livestream and the attorney for Hernando County. And while I understand that the administrator and deputy administrator were at the meeting that Commissioner Kennard was at, the lawyers weren't there. And it was suggested to me that I reach out to the lawyer because Hernando County had it figured out how they were going to do it. So I needed to talk to them to learn how they had agreed to do it. And in the conversations, Hernando County is in a much different place than we are because they're using ARPA funds. And from what I understand in my weekly conversations, which I think I've had 3 now, Hernando County lawyer is not, doesn't have an idea of a contract. So if there's a communication breakdown between administration at Hernando County and the lawyer's office in Hernando County, I don't know anything about that. But I can tell you in my conversations, Hernando County lawyer does not have an agreement that is solidified. So I would ask that you not make that that your motion because I don't think she's got one.
You just,
but
back up a second too. You just said something, and you covered a lot of ground there real quick. I was trying to zero in on when you said that their attorney wasn't present when they agreed to this agreement. So what you're saying is don't tell you to model it after their agreement because their attorney hasn't drafted one.
I have, the last conversation we had was there was a draft agreement which had many provisions which were included because they're using ARPA funds.
Are we not?
We're not using ARPA.
I thought it was
I can go either way, frankly.
I thought the 2 million I just saw on the
I
ARPA.
can move money around. You were permitted to clear $10 million to general fund for lost revenue. Based on that, I can either use ARPA funds directly or I can use general funds and make it work. I just substitute utility projects in for that, so I can go either way.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chair. Their attorney was present when their board gave direction to use that $2 million. One of their attorneys had to have been present. It was approved at a board meeting. So their board is behind this and has taken it a step further that either you get it done up there with them or you do it here in our own county and figure out a way to make it happen. So whatever miscommunication there is, their board is on board. Their administrator and deputy administrator are on board. The state is on board. Again, we can find and we can let lots of reasons enter into the discussion to not do this. My suggestion is give direction that this is what we want you to do. Livestream does not have an issue. Yes, there's some provisions that was thrown up as, you know, a possible reason why they may not want to use ARPA funds, that there are some things they have to follow. Livestream has said, we don't have a problem with those provisions whatsoever. Hernando County's using ARPA funds, so us using ARPA funds would be more than appropriate as well, and we've already budgeted for it out of ARPA funds. So I'm not saying, here's the document Hernando County has, do this. I'm saying my motion would be for us to give direction to our county attorney to work with Hernando County's attorney and draft an agreement that we are happy with. Theirs is going to be a little bit different because theirs is specific for children's beds. Okay, ours isn't. I don't think that we necessarily want to hang that on there, again, the motion would be to direct the county attorney that we are okay with this, because the conversations we've had is, Denise has told me, the direction I've got from the board right now is we're not putting money into it unless we own the building in the end. And these other entities are saying, we're fine with not owning the building at the end. Let's get the service provided for a minimum of 15 years and we'll put our $2 million into it. So you need to take it back to your board and see if your board is willing to go there and give direction to her to go figure this out.
Well, my thought is exactly what I said earlier. If somebody said, we're building a building, it's gonna be ours, and at the end of our contract with you, you get no money back and the building is still ours, then that creates the problem that we talked about, that there's nothing that comes back to the county from that capital investment. If it's not a capital investment, if it's paying for a service, if we're hiring an ambulance company for 15 years and we're paying them $2 million to provide that service, then there's nothing to come back to the county.
Right.
That's why I was trying to get the difference between paying for a service and a capital investment.
Right.
Okay? I have no problem saying if everybody's pitching in to have this service provided locally, and that's the way we treat it, and we're protected on the downside by an early termination to the contract, I don't have a problem with that. What I had a problem with was, as I stated earlier, we need a building, you're gonna pay for it, and when we're done, it's our building, not yours.
Right.
And that's not what I hear you
That's
describing.
correct.
Okay, so I can live with that. Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for saying that so clearly. Maybe perhaps that's where would be the gray area for attorneys, that this $2 million investment is for a local service, not a building. A local long-term service. Because I want to support this. It's needed.
Well, and
I
you
just
should.
want to make sure that our attorney who protects us feels comfortable. I know how you feel about attorneys. I want to make sure that our attorney feels comfortable. So let's get her there.
So let's do one more pass. Everybody gets another bite.
I'm going to help you out, Commissioner Kennard, because you missed a point.
Okay.
You missed the point of Livestream bought the property.
Of what?
Livestream bought
Correct.
the property.
Correct.
Okay, and before it was going to be on our property.
Right.
Okay. So again, I don't have an issue with getting to this money and to getting to this. I do have an issue where, again, you said their administrators on board. Was our administrator not invited to that meeting because Randy doesn't believe in that? I mean, is that why he wasn't invited to the meeting? Because everybody knew he was going to say, no, I don't believe in this, and this is my fundamentally. So that's where I really get choked up on this. You know, it just really looks like I'll just keep my mouth shut. But again, I'm trying to help you, okay? Because I think you forgot to mention though, Livestream did buy the property, so they've got some investment in it also, and it's going to be on their property, not on our property.
And they're putting $6 million into it.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Again, I want to get you there, but it stinks to high heaven in the public when we've got a hospital board attorney making that comment about how administrators were there. But again, our administrator was left out. I'm just telling you what he looked.
I didn't issue the invites, and again, I still couldn't tell you who was invited to it and who wasn't.
Well, let's do one more loop around.
So anyway, I want to get you
I
there.
haven't spoken yet at all.
I know. You've been very patient, Commissioner Davis.
I'm having deja vu because when this very first came up in my briefings with Mr. Oliver and Miss Lynn, I said, this is clearly a payment for service. What does real estate have to do with it? So I'm glad that we're finally here, and I commend you for bringing this forward. This is a much needed service. I do think as long as we are covered on non-performance, because and my heart goes out to everybody in that field, because I know you have a dearth of available psychiatrists and whatnot. You have a lot of challenges in that field right now. But as long as we're covered in that area, I am 100% on board with this, and I appreciate you bringing it forward.
Okay, Commissioner Slaybaugh, anything else?
Nope, thank you, sir.
Okay, so you said if I was gonna make a motion, so are you gonna make a motion? Just a second, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I just have to say, because now two of you have said, so long as we're protected. The arrangement which is being proposed is going to be a contract which will only be able to be enforced in court. There's not going to be a lien, there's not going to be a mortgage, there's not going to be anything like that. So if there is a non-performance, and let's say the contract says, and I know, yeah, I'm going to get told I shouldn't bring this up, but two of you have said, so long as we're protected. So the only way that we can enforce this, if, for example, they stop performing after 5 years, is to go to court to enforce the contract. So I just want everybody to know that. That is your enforcement mechanism, is to go to court and say, you know, they didn't pay back what they were supposed to pay. As long as everybody's okay with that, I'm okay with that.
Sure.
I still have to say that I can't do a mortgage or note because DCF has the primary lien on the property, and it won't, and even their lawyer said it on the call. You can't have a subsequent lien or a subordinate lien because DCF won't let you. So as long as you guys are all okay with that, I will get together with the other lawyers and I will bring a contract back to you.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan.
Well, surely the building's worth, I mean, they're giving what, 2 million?
What's that?
DCS giving 2 million?
Yes.
Surely the building, when it's done, is gonna be worth more than $2 million, so we would be able to recoup some money in that court.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm good.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Davis, anything else?
No, sir.
Commissioner Kennard, what's your motion?
My motion would be to direct the county attorney to communicate with the Hernando County attorney and come up, as well as with Livestream, and come up with an agreement that would allow us to appropriate or use the $2 million in ARPA funds to give that to Livestream for the construction of a Baker Act facility, healthcare facility, mental health care facility. And then there will be, I mean, I'm not certainly not going to try and spell out all the legalese in it, but there will be services outlined that they'll be required to perform there. In general, these are the things that must be performed over a period of 15 years with a decreasing responsibility over those 15 years, a decreasing return, if you will, of money.
Second.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Let me
what-
get to just,
Okay.
Commissioner Kennard made the motion, Commissioner Davis made the second.
All right, so,
Yes,
so when we get to the 15 years and it's gone, so then what's the county gonna have to start paying for those services?
I don't think it changes our obligation to the services.
Or are they gonna come back and say, hey, we need more money? I mean, because, I know we're paying $1 million a year for them to be here.
No, I think that, that figure that we pay, what do we pay, Lutheran Services?
Yes, $1 million, it's like 900 and you.
I think that
Here's-
changes every year going.
Right.
Going
Here's
forward.
I'll support that as long as Lutheran Services gives us their contract.
Yes.
Might I just,
Yes.
I think Commissioner, by saying that it's coming from ARPA is going to add strings that perhaps would be not there. Randy said he could do it either way, ARPA or non-ARPA. So are you sure you want to, because that's going to add, from my conversations with the Hernando County lawyer, she's talking about some restrictions, not just the Davis-Bacon and some other things, which I know Mr. Cherry has said he can comply with, and I believe he can. But there's some other types of things, like if it's no longer used for the purpose that the money was given, then because it's a federal grant, there's like a clawback, which is some of the concerns that she's raised. So if you don't have to do ARPA, it might.
If we don't have to, I'm fine with it either way.
So
Well, where are we gonna
strike
find the
ARPA
money?
from your motion.
Okay, I will withdraw ARPA from my motion.
And I second again.
So where would that money come from?
Randy said he could do it. General
No, I
fund.
can do it. I can do it. I can run the money. I have some flexibility in our, I can make it work.
That's fine. That's all I care about. Okay.
It's already budgeted,
Right.
so it
No, I
would
get it.
replace
No, I get
projects
it.
with general funds with ARPA.
Right. just moving around.
I hate
Okay.
when you, just for the record, I hate when he says that, by the way.
Well, it's it's just
I know.
it's what you have to do. So
I know.
it's not magically appearing. It's is it in this account or this account? You know? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on the motion?
Good evening. Rebecca Bays, Commissioner-elect. Earlier today, under item E18 was your agreement with Livestream. I would urge this board to, and specifically under section 3, A, B, C, D, there are performance measurements here. You're paying almost $1 million a year for that service. You're paying for trip fees. And then on top of that, they are supposed to be providing an annual report, a monthly report, and performance measurements. And specifically, you received an email from a consumer or a patient recently under the Marchman Act that they have not been able to perform their duties. So it's a little concerning to me. I want mental health services provided here, but I think it needs to be a more comprehensive input because we need it for our seniors as well. And if you'll indulge me for a minute, I've had some insurance clients in the past that are elderly. They lose their spouses. One thing happens and another, EMS or the security shows up and they've been Baker Acted. And these people are not coming to our county. They're being transported someplace else. And it's been my experience talking to some of our local deputies that the juveniles are still not being treated in our county, which they're under contract to do. They're being taken other places. So if they can't perform their duties now, why are we ingratiating them without seeing their performance measurements, which they've outlined in this contract right here between you and the county? So I would ask that you potentially look at those issues before you indulge them with $2 million of taxpayer money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Speak on this issue.
Good afternoon.
3 or 5?
I'll be 5. I'm representing the County Health Department. So Tito Rubio, or Ernesto Rubio is my real name, so I'll use that. Everyone calls me Tito, as you know, and I am your health officer. I just want to remind you that in the community health assessments that we've done over the years, and we've done more than one since I've been here, and we've started a third one since I've been here, mental health issues has been number one in our community. It's always come up in our community health assessments. We have a subcommittee with the Citrus Health Improvement Partnership for mental health. We're trying to build mental health services and using all of the facilities that we have in our county. I would say that the addition of a Baker Act facility and a hospital with 60 beds in our community is a great asset to our community and will really allow us to improve the mental health services that we have in our community. Now, the issues about performance, remember that the legislature gives the money to DCF to pass through the Lutheran services to contract for Citrus County. And that's how that pass-through dollars work. We need to work, if we're not getting the information we are, I'll try to work also with my contracts at Lutheran Services to see what we can do to break that logjam for you and make sure that they are. But they are under a contract with them. They should be performing under a contract, and those deliverables should be available to us. So I've just heard about it the first time now. I'll see as the health officer what I can do to help you with that. But I think it's a facility that we need. When we talk about why children are transported out of our county, there are no mental health services in our county for children. We have no pediatric psychiatrists in our county, and we will not have one. We don't have the population to support that service. I've gone to both universities, the University of Florida and the University of South Florida, to see if we can get those services in our county. We're not going to find somebody to open up a practice in our county. We're probably going to have to do it telehealth. And having a facility like this will help us do that. So again, I ask you to please support it. I think it's very much needed in our community, and our community has told us repeatedly in our community health assessment is what they want. So thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Can I have the next speaker, please?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm John Sherry, CEO of Livestream Behavioral Center, Leesburg, Florida.
So very glad to be here this afternoon. I think you are making two historic decisions for the benefit of the county, one with your new county administrator and one to help establish inpatient psychiatric services, which will be available to the residents of your county for the next, in that facility, the next 50 years. That's how long we have provided inpatient psychiatric services for Lake and Sumter counties. Did want to address the issue of the contract. I didn't realize you had requested it from Lutheran. When we request things from Lutheran Services, they have their process, and it is that it has to be a public request. I saw the email last Thursday afternoon that it had been requested. I was on vacation, my first vacation since 2019. Said I would try and handle it Monday morning. I came in Monday morning, and there's the hurricane. And so I'll be happy to provide you a copy of that 200-page contract so you don't have to bother Lutheran with it. Yes. The funds that you're providing, the $900,000, that is required by the state as local match for the state dollars that they provide. It is a 75-25 match. So it's required. Counties before have tried to say we're not going to provide the behavioral health provider dollars. Counties have been sued, and the courts have always found that it's very clear in the law that you are to provide the 25% match. So that's what the $900,000 provides. For the services that were addressed, one for an adolescent, for substance abuse services, for geriatrics, having to go out of county. Well, all of your folks have to go out of county because you never have had an inpatient psychiatric facility. We understood when we came in that was your number one priority, and we have been working for the last 3.5 years to try and find the resources to be able to make that priority come true. And so I think we're almost there. I've gotten our board to commit to up to half of the cost of that project. We did purchase the 10-acre campus in Lecanto with the 2 facilities there. That will become our campus. That cost us about $1.5 million, which we gladly paid for. And this facility will now be on that particular campus. So I very much appreciate the conversation that you've had this afternoon. Again, the services, we can only provide services for which we're funded. Not all behavioral health services that can be provided are funded by the state and therefore partially funded by you through the local match. The facilities that...
I have to cut you off. Your time's expired. So
all right,
since you're representing, we'll say, an organization, we'll give you a few minutes to wrap up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Real quick, I would like also to know if the contract obligation that we have with them are being fulfilled, because if it's in our contract that the kids stay here and they're going somewhere else, I think that I'd like to hear about that.
Do you want to address that?
That is not in the contract. Again, if we don't have the funds...
I'm listening. I'm just saying, so if someone brought something up.
I'm telling you it's not, and you can check yourself. The kids are being transported to Leesburg, your kids now. As was noted, kids from Hernando are going all over the state because we are not their provider. But so we're not funded to provide all services. And the services that were noted, especially the one juvenile, it is a very specialty service. There are very few institutions in the state that provide that. We do not. So we're not required to provide it because we're not funded for it. We will help to get a child placed wherever there are places that they can, but that may be hundreds of miles away. And so for the geriatric patients and other adult patients, they are also being transported now, as they always have, out of this county. And the reason is we don't have an inpatient psychiatric facility here. This facility will not only provide the services that we all want and that the residents deserve in their home community, it will also provide a lot of good paying jobs. So that's usually left out. And by the way, we do present annually at your January meeting, I believe it is, and we're happy to do that. I believe that we are in compliance with the requirements of the contract. If we're not reporting as often as we should, I'll check on that, and we will. So I'd be glad to answer any other
Chair,
questions.
I have one question. May I?
Sure.
I just paused it so I didn't
You're the
burn up this
timekeeper,
time.
so I guess you have time to answer. Yes.
Oh, yeah, 17 seconds left on the clock.
Okay.
My question would be, what Mr. Rubio brought up about we will not be able to have a child psychiatrist here in telehealth. What is the position of our children that would be Baker acted with this facility in place in Citrus County?
Right. There will be a psychiatrist at the Baker Act receiving facility. It's required. And so children will be serviced by a psychiatrist there. We don't have a psychiatrist for outpatient services, is what we desperately need for this county. So we're hoping at some point. We've been trying to recruit.
Thank
but
you.
As Tito
But the children wouldn't be leaving. They wouldn't be shipped out if we have this
Exactly.
facility. Good.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more questions, but I got to kind of follow the rules here when it comes to public comment. So as we always do, we invite you to make presentations. You know, it's just, we're in the middle of just, we'll get to all this if Commissioner Kennard's motion passes, because this is going to have to come back before us for another round of discussion. So these are the kind of questions that would be good to have covered. So we appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the motion on the floor? Anybody else? Okay, what I was saying is if this motion passes, all this is for the attorney to work with the Hernando County attorney and bring back an agreement for us to look at. So we'll have public comment, we'll have more discussion and everything then. So, any other board discussion? Yes, sir.
Madam Attorney, based on what was said up here, are the contract obligations being followed?
I think the words are very important. And I think when you use the word treatment, that's where the issue is coming up. Because what our contract requires, and I'm just going to quote, it says LifeStream shall, this is the contract you've already agreed to today. It says LifeStream shall accept for evaluation, and I think that's the key, except for evaluation at its access center in Beverly Hills, 95% of those children and adults subject to Citrus County Baker Act or Marchman Act orders, that would be orders from the court, that are in need of evaluation who have received medical clearance when deemed necessary. So I think when Mr. Cherry says they can't treat them in Citrus County, I would agree. And what Mr. Rubio said is we don't have any physicians. But this contract that they entered into says that they have to at least evaluate them. And what our staff has been working with them on is trying to determine whether or not they're meeting that 95% evaluation threshold. And I think there's a difference between treatment and evaluation. And so I think that's where there may be some issues. And I believe that we actually haven't funded them under this contract for quite some time because we're unable to, our staff is unable to verify whether or not that threshold is being met. So I believe that might be what Commissioner-elect is referring to. So, and the other issue that's come up is what I've been told is that the Lutheran Services contract does not authorize them to treat adolescents. And so they will have to get that contract amended in order to use the facility once it's built. So, I mean, that's in the future. So I believe that their current contract with Lutheran Services does not provide for them to treat in Citrus County for all the reasons you've heard, that we don't have any physicians. So that contract, from what I understand, will have to be amended. I don't know whether that has any impediment. It seems like it'll probably happen once they get the facility, because then they'll have a place to treat them. And hopefully then we'll have a physician here, so.
So let's go back to where we were. All these questions should come up during the discussion of this agreement that'll come back before us. So we should have all the data from LifeStream, we should have all the data from Lutheran Services, whatever contracts we've requested, questions about are the services being provided, are the thresholds being met, all that. It's not unreasonable to say that we should have all that by the time you get back with an agreement.
I think that after today, things are gonna move much more quickly to us getting those things.
Great, that's good. It's good. Okay, so Commissioner Kennard, you made the motion and it was seconded by Commissioner Davis, and we were took public input. We're back to commission. I'm sorry?
Chair, I would like clarification of that motion, what it will read like without the ARPA funds and make sure that's what you're
Yeah,
looking
sure, if you
for.
would. We just took the ARPA funding out.
So motion to direct the Citrus County Attorney to communicate with the Hernando County Attorney to come up with an agreement that would allow Citrus County to appropriate $2 million to use for construction of the Lifestream Baker Act facility. Is that?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Davis, you're good with that?
Yes,
Read
sir.
back. Okay, yes.
So,
Now,
so
Commissioner-
in this contract, you know, so I'm sitting here thinking, they own the land, we're putting a building on it. What if they decide to sell the land? Has any of that stuff been discussed?
well, we're not, see, it comes back to the
See,
original
I guess what
discussion. Are we buying part of a building or are we paying for a service? That's what the original discussion
look.
comes back to, so.
Here's what I want to vote for it so bad, but I think there's too many questions laying out there whether they're providing the service or not. That's contractual today. So therefore, I'm not going to vote for it because I think there's too many questions lying out there that's not being answered. And I think until those questions are answered, I think this board should not be responsible by getting those answered.
Well, I would just say this, I understand your position. I'm not saying I'll
Yeah.
support the final vote either until I see what the contract
Right, no, I
says.
get it.
I'm assuming, I shouldn't, but I'm assuming that by the time the contract comes back, we'll have those answers to those questions. And if they're unsatisfactory, then I won't support it either. You know, but I'm hoping, as you said, after the discussion today, all these facts will be forthcoming and shouldn't be an issue. That's what I'm hoping, so.
That's fine.
Okay, Commissioner Slabaugh, any
No,
comments?
Mr. Chairman, I feel I've gotten enough information to call the question.
Okay, Commissioner Davis.
I'm good.
Good, and Commissioner Conant, any other discussion?
I'm good.
And Madam Attorney.
The lawyer for Lifestream, because that's who's
Yes.
been, and what about Mr. Grant? Because he asked to be included today of you.
I would say so. They're a potential funding source, so.
Yeah.
You said the county attorney, I would say whoever she wants to have there with her, right? No,
I'm not that powerful.
Well, no,
I
I'm-
would prefer it be an emotion.
Well, I know, but I mean, I would hate for somebody to be left out because it wasn't in the motion if you thought it was important for them to be there. That's my own, so.
The, let me see. No, I think right now, I'm thinking it needs to be the entities that are committed to funding. And, Hernando County is committed to funding. The state is committed to funding. Presumably, we're gonna get a contract back that we're committed to funding. And I think that once the trustees are committed to funding, to some degree, you know, then they're involved in that conversation. I think that's appropriate. Otherwise, I get concerned that you're getting, too big of a committee trying to figure out a contract that works for Hernando County and a contract that works for Citrus County.
So then just the lawyer for Lifestream.
I think the
Hernando
lawyer
County.
for Lifestream, our lawyer, the Hernando County lawyer, and, you know, then at some point, you know, all the hospital board has to do, or the trustees, it's certainly up to them what they do, of course. But, you know, if they pass, something to, direct their attorney to, you know, that they're going to commit, you know, to draft an agreement that they will follow what the county commission does, or that they're committed to a certain level of funding on it, then I think they get in that conversation.
So it's just for the people with skin in the game.
And I'm not saying anything else.
Okay, all right. Did you get that down, Madam Clerk? That's okay. Always want to hear what you have to say, Madam Attorney. That's why we pay you. Okay, so we have a motion discussion. Any other Commissioner
No, I'm
input?
gonna go ahead and vote for a 5-0, and then we get to look at it again, and then hopefully all those questions are answered, and we can move forward.
Yeah, and I'm with you. If the questions are answered, fine.
If
If
the
not,
questions
I'm
are
gonna
answered.
be, resilient to it as well. Okay, so with that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay, and that passes unanimously. Okay, great. Okay, item M1, Commissioner Davis.
Oh, I'm looking forward to making this an easy one. It's getting a little late.
It's totally in your control.
I will make a motion to approve M1. I think it's important that we get as much input from citizens as possible. We were commended on that by the facilitators from FSU, that we actually want to hear what our citizens say. So that's what we're going to do, put it out there for the month of October and let them put in strategic initiatives modeled after the very back part of the Leon County plan. We have very little in common with Leon County, but the framework that they used was quite easily understood. So.
Okay, and you want to address the funding? I'm trying to see this here. It
that's what I
says this would be provided for incorporation into 23, 24.
Yeah, the cost at this point for just the survey is minimal. The real task is going to come when you decide what the objectives are, because as I always say, if it's not in the budget, it isn't going to happen.
Correct.
Okay, so it's going to be a matter of incorporating what the priorities that you all establish are within your budget for 23, 24.
But for Commissioner Davis's request, this is basically through this Survey Monkey, which is not.
Yeah, well, that'll be done internally, and the results will be reported back to the board.
And that's what you're asking for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Any further board discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I was just wondering, what is minimal? What is a minimal fee?
It's just going to be staff time for setting up
Oh.
the program.
Thank you.
I mean, it'll be, a day or so, but
Thank you.
We're not going out and hiring somebody.
we're not going to hire anybody to put it together.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other board comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Slaybach, anything for us?
Nothing, sir.
I
Hurricane coming.
have nothing additional except well done today, board. Good bit of work. Just to remind everybody that we go a little long today, but we don't meet again for 3 weeks. So, had a lot to cover. Madam Attorney, anything for us? Didn't I time that perfectly, just as
she's out.
she left the room? Okay, let the record show that when I needed the attorney, she was not here.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
She's listening from the bathroom.
Something that I had noted, I don't have it on the agenda for discussion and vote. I didn't think of it until too late. But we've got a public hearing coming up regarding public notices in the newspaper. One thing that I think I would like to hear, one option would be if there's a better rate available to us. Do we need to have an agenda item, or can we just give direction to whoever negotiates that rate to work on that between now and our public hearing? And so we can look at that as an option that we can go with this new rate that saves us some money if we're not ready to make this step, or no, I'm sorry, that's the lowest rate we can give you, and there's a real savings to be had. Maybe give the paper that opportunity to.
We can send a letter to the Chronicle asking them for their best and final.
Yeah. I don't know why we couldn't do that. That should be all part of the public hearing, is that if you do this, I was just joking, Madam Attorney, I asked you if you had anything for us, and you weren't here, so we pointed you to a bunch of things while you were gone. I just wanted you to be aware of that. So.
Well, I guess that's better than Commissioner Kennard saying, well, that's just the lawyer. We don't need her.
He said
Okay.
that too.
Oh, he did? Yeah.
Okay, so, so staff's gonna get that information, tell the Chronicle we want their best offer, so when we have our public hearing, we can weigh all that And
Yeah.
is that good with you? Is that
Yeah,
what you're looking
yeah,
for?
that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, and so, Madam Attorney, nothing for us tonight?
No, and I'm glad I didn't get nominated for anything today.
Okay. And I was just joking about what I said when you were gone, so if you didn't hear it, don't pay attention. Okay, we're gonna go open to the public, but before we do, I wanna let you know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna announce the upcoming meetings. Our next regular meeting is October 18th at 1 o'clock, a regular meeting. And then we are going to have a regular meeting on a Monday, October 31st. And again, our next regular meeting will be Monday, November 7th. Okay, so just so everybody's aware, Tuesday for the next one. After that, the next 2 Mondays. And I just want to let everybody also know that after open to the public, we're going to be going right into the 501 final budget hearing since I've announced the upcoming meetings. Okay, so with that said, is there anyone that would like to speak to the board at this time, not dealing with the budget issues?
Well, twice. Hold on.
Anyone wish to address the board at this time? Okay, so we are going to close open to the public. We are now going to move to the 501, which we're only an hour and 2 minutes late for, but we're getting there. And let's see, we will, Mr. Oliver, I guess we're going to get
Yes.
into all of our specifical languages and so on
Yes,
today.
this is the final budget hearing. The purpose of the final budget hearing is for the Board of County Commissioners to amend the adopted tentative millage as it sees fit, adopt a resolution stating the millage to be levied, and adopt the final budget. The procedures are as follows. The first substantive issue discussed shall be the percentage change in the millage over the rollback rate necessary to fund the budget. The current year aggregate rollback rate is 7.2074. The current year proposed aggregate millage rate is 8.1907. The percent change in millage over the rollback rate is 13.64%. Now, Mr. Chairman and Board, is the appropriate time to take comments and questions from the general public concerning the tentative budget and the proposed change in the millage.
Okay, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak dealing with the final budget? Again, I'll remind everybody the tentative millage rate has been set. At this point in time, we can go down, but we cannot go up. All this information has been disclosed in previous meetings and has just been announced again today what the rollback proposed aggregate millage rate and the percent of change. So with those in mind, is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed or anything dealing with this budget? Anything at all? Anyone at all? Okay, so we will close the public hearing. Is the next thing we need is going to be to the motion to approve and authorize. You tell me what you're looking for.
Okay, we're going to need a motion to approve a resolution amending the 22-23 budget for adjustments previously represented at the September 8th, 2002 tentative budget hearing, Exhibit A, and other modifications from Appendix B or Exhibit B, which are on pages 5 through 14, as well as the cash carry forward estimates for certain accounts. At this point, they are estimates, and those are on pages 15 through 18. So we would ask for that motion, Mr. Chairman.
So that'd be a motion listed under item 3, including Exhibit A, B, and C.
Correct.
So who'd like to make that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner, motion by Commissioner Slaybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. Had public input. Is there any other board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. I guess we're looking at item 5 now.
Yes, accept motion to adopt reimbursement resolutions for water and wastewater projects for fiscal year 22-23, pages 19 through 20.
Who would like to make that motion?
So moved.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, next item 6.
Yes, accept a motion to adopt the final millage rates and approve the millage resolution authorizing chairman to sign on pages 21 and 22.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard.
I would note before voting, I need to read the millages.
And the final millage rate?
What page are you? Yeah.
We did that, did we not? Isn't that the first thing you did? Current aggregate
Yeah,
rate?
but there are a number of categories. I've also
Okay.
got to read the rollbacks rate.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. The countywide general fund is 6.5057. The county transportation's 0.7860. Health department 0.0614. Special districts are library district 0.3147. Fire protection is set at 0. Fire MSTU is set at 0.5780. Stormwater MSTU is set at 0. The aggregate rollback rate is 7.2074 mils, and the proposed aggregate millage rate is 8.1907 mils. Therefore, the percentage millage increase is 13.64%.
Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan made that motion, it was seconded by Commissioner Kennard. We've read the millage rates in. So, that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously.
Accept motion to adopt the final budget and approve the resolution authorizing the chairman to sign on page 23.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner. Running out of pages here. Commissioner Carnahan made that motion and Commissioner Slaybaugh seconds it. Commissioners, anything else?
No,
Okay,
sir.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Item 8.
8, accept motion to approve and authorize staff to execute the vote record for final adoption of millage levy, and that's a Department of Revenue Form 487V, maximum millage levy calculation final disclosure, Department of Revenue Form 420MM, and the certification of compliance, Department of Revenue 487 via electronic format e-trim.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Anything else, commissioners? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Item 9, please.
Yes, accept motion to authorize staff to execute the certificate of final taxable values, Department of Revenue Form 422, upon receipt via electronic format.
So move.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Carnahan makes a motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Commissioners, anything else? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Item 10, please.
Accept motion to approve the roll forward grant resolution, pages 24 through 58.
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Carnahan makes the motion, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. That passes unanimously. Item 11, please.
Yes, accept motion to authorize chairman to sign a letter to the sheriff regarding the sheriff's budget allocation for FY '23 as approved by the county administrator and county attorney.
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Carnahan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further board discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And that passes unanimously. Does that conclude our budget business?
That concludes the budget hearing.
Hey, budget folks,
Congratulations.
congratulations. Another one put to bed, another great job.
They did a
Good job.
fantastic job.
Good job, yes. And Colleen, what can we say? Thank you for seeing it through. We appreciate it and wish you all the best. I hope they appreciate you as much where you're going as we do here. So.
That's for sure.
Okay, I believe we're ready to move on to item T2 now, which is the public hearing on OA 22-03.
Right. Commissioners, you see this every year. This is an annual statutorily required update to the capital improvements element based on the capital improvements program you just adopted. Nothing really much to say. It also includes the school district work plan from last year. Their timing is a little different than ours. So this is an update based on what you just adopted.
So we're going to have to, is this something that, Madam Attorney? Where'd she go?
Hold us up again.
Oh,
She
yes.
slept her leash.
Miss Lynn, there is an ordinance. Do you want me to read the preamble or? Okay.
Okay.
An ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, modifying the Citrus County 5-year capital improvements schedule set forth in Table 12-1 of the capital improvements element of the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan as an annual update pursuant to Florida Statute 163.31773B, as described herein below, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, so my understanding is, Ms. Cote, we're going to do a public hearing here if anybody wants to speak on this update for this ordinance, and then after that, you're looking for approval to move forward with. Is that correct? Okay, it's all pretty self-explanatory. We've seen it before. This is the final update that we do every year, right?
Right.
Okay, so that said, I'm going to open it for the public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak in favor or opposed to this ordinance?
Once twice gone.
Anyone to speak in favor or opposed? Third and final time.
Come on, Dad.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Commissioners, we
So move on, Commissioner.
Okay, so we're going to, item B, direct the chair clerk to approve it and so on. Okay, so Commissioner Carnahan makes that motion. Second by Commissioner Kennard. We've had public input. Any further board discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Cotu, for hanging in there with us to get that done. We appreciate that. And ladies and gentlemen, guys, be safe, stay dry, bring your umbrella, and we'll see you in 3 weeks, if not before. Great job today, everybody, and we're adjourned.